This actually doesn't have the parallel here with the baptism, but the parallel I want us to look at has to do with the transfiguration. And if you'll turn to Matthew chapter 16. '17. You have in verse number 5, after the transfiguration had taken place, the voice from heaven coming again, saying, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased. Hear him."
17. Oh, 17. Yes.
What's that voice from heaven called? Bot cold.
Mm-hmm. Bot cold.
Why does it use the word bot, Roy?
What's that?
Why does it use the word bot and daughter? Is that bot cold? Is that daughter?
Because cold is feminine. Voice is feminine.
Yeah, but why does it use the feminine?
Well, because cold is feminine.
Oh, okay. See, I'm sure.
Cold kolot. Bat cold.
Do they actually use the word son, or does it once again say, "This is my beloved"?
Well, that's a point. V'hine kol min hashamayim omer ze bni yedidi asher ratzta nafshi bo. And we've got a number of parallels back in Isaiah. Let's see if we can find those real quickly. Let's check Isaiah 42. Behold my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry nor lift up nor cause his voice to be heard in the streets, so on and so forth. That's verse 1 of Isaiah 42. But it goes on down, see, verse 6, I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand. I will keep thee and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles. Verse number 8, I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory I'll not give to another. And again, we'll see that a little later on more in detail. I'm going to give you quite a number of other passages.
When he was giving this back to John the Baptist, he said, Atahu haba.
No. This is later on that you're going to see all of these passages coming in with Matthew chapter 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this, once again, though, when we refer back to 42, verse 8, he says, Ani Yudhe Bape.
Yes, that's right. I am the Lord. And we're going to see that a little later on. We'll come right back to this. But the thing I want you to see here now is just the verse 1. Just verse 1. This is my Son, my beloved. And actually, what is happening here is that when the people hear this, this is my beloved Son, they call to mind all of these other passages in Isaiah. This is the one, this is my elect, my beloved, the one upon whom I have placed my Spirit to reveal truth. Hear Him. And in this hear Him, God is actually presenting Jesus to the world. Now, this is the difference in the baptism now, is that God is declaring that Jesus is the one that has been anointed, filled with the Spirit to reveal truth. Now do what He says. Hear Him. And it says, He's presenting Him to the world. Do you remember the passage, this day have I begotten thee? Huh? All right, turn to that passage in Psalms. Now, all of these things are remezes, see? Verse number 6, I have set my King upon my holy hill of Zion. This is Psalms 2. Psalms 2, verse 6. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my Son. This day have I begotten thee.
I'm still lost on this because it wasn't because of the witness of the people that were there that it was down at the river baptizing Him?
Yes.
Is that what it was, a witness for the people to see?
Well, it wasn't just the witness for the people to see. See, the purpose... Yes. The purpose of the baptism was that Jesus might fill all tzedakah. But the pronouncement that comes forth from heaven is God's presentation of His Son to the world.
It's a declaration.
It's a declaration. It's now, you see, this day have I begotten thee doesn't mean that this day I gave birth to you in the sense of giving birth, but it simply means this day have I presented you to the world.
I think Kettle says it's a midwife term that means I brought you forth.
I brought you forth and I presented you.
Not in the sense of the woman who bore the child, but in the sense of the midwife
who presents it. Yes, that's correct. That now I've brought you forth, and now I'm presenting you to the world. But as what? See, go back up to verse 6. Go back up to verse 6. Of Psalms 2. King. See, I've set my King. Now, when they hear this, boys, all of these passages are tied in together, linked in together, see. And what happens is that this is God's presentation of Jesus to the world. Thou art my Son, my beloved, on whom I have placed my Spirit to reveal truth, and this day I've presented you to the world. Yes.
I don't have it open, but the term overshadowed, when Jesus was baptized, and it says overshadowed, and I had my husband look up, and I thought Mary, when it said Mary was overshadowed by the Spirit to conceive, and my my husband said both overshadows are the same thing. Like, as same as it was when Mary was conceived.
Baptism, but the transfiguration.
Transfiguration. I don't know.
I just started to say here, does it say that here in your translation in verse 16?
I don't
Now
know.
in verse 17:5 it says, when they were overshadowed by the cloud.
Oh, that's in the transfiguration.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not in
Oh,
baptism.
I beg your pardon.
yeah, yeah. Okay, now, question.
Now he's declaring here that Jesus Christ is the truth. That means that the truth that they had before, it was brought back into Jesus Christ. That's what he's declaring now.
No. No. Here means obey. It just means you pay attention to what he tells you. You do what he tells you.
He's going to show you in the flesh how to obey.
Verse 1 of chapter 4. Then Jesus was led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. Who led him out into the wilderness? What spirit was it?
Vino.
We think the devil carried him out in the wilderness. But if the devil didn't carry him out in the wilderness, at least he tempted him once he got him there.
Now we're back to what you said yesterday. Does God have Yetzer Hara? Which then your next question is, does the Messiah have Yetzer Hara?
Well, it's not only that, but who was Satan?
Yetzer Hara.
The servant.
Now, As Nasa Haruach, and the Spirit carried him out into the wilderness. Yenasehu, Lema'an Yenasehu, Hasatan. To try him. Lenasot means to try or to test. It could even mean to prove in the sense of being tested. But who is it that's going to meet him and test him? Hasatan. And now the question is, who is Hasatan?
But couldn't you also read into that, it's like when you have just been given a new weapon in the military, you take it someplace and you try it out. And then they set up an adversary to see if they can penetrate the perimeters of what that weapon is supposed to do. Now, could it be that type of a proving ground type? Like the Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland, where they used to test a lot of this equipment.
Well, I don't know as you've got an exact analogy, but certainly you can say that the wilderness is a proving ground. You can say that it's a proving ground. The question that's before us is really the important question that we're going to have to deal with is who is Hasatan? Because we've got basically in Christianity a dualistic belief. And then this is going to shoot some of you out of the saddle. I might as well warn you ahead of time. You know, it's easier to get people to give up on God than it is to get them to give up on the devil. They'll let go of God before they'll let go of the devil and demons. We just love to play with the devil and with demons.
You can blame the devil for things.
Well, he becomes a convenient whipping post.
Yes.
A whipping boy. But the whole point is here, who is Hasatan? Are we dealing with a literal being, a person that has some kind of power that is in opposition to God? Now, a lot of us don't realize that our Christian theology is basically dualistic. We've got God here and we've got the devil here. And God's over here and he's got all of his good angels, and the devil's over here and he's got all these bad demons. And we're going to be reading about demons and devils and all this kind of stuff. And this is going to really become a problem to us. and increasingly complicated as we progress in our study through the text and we read about these guys casting out demons and casting out devils. And if they're not devils and they're not demons, then what's going on, for God's sake? What's happening? And we've got to start with the knowns. You see, you can't begin with the unknowns and then work back toward the known. You've got to start with the known and then try to come up with some kind of an intelligent answer. And one thing that we know is that there's only one God. There's only one God. Now, with that given, we've got to ask ourselves the question then, who is Ha-Satan? What is Ha-Satan? And in Hebrew, Ha-Satan just simply means an accuser.
Prosecuting attorney.
An accuser, yeah. An accuser. And men are called Ha-Satan. Men are called Ha-Satan. Peter on one occasion is called Ha-Satan. But where is my Every Man's Talmud? The nature of man, the doctrine of man. I brought my new one for some reason or other, and I have it marked where I can flip to it just immediately in my old one. But we'll see if we can't find it here real quick. In Judaism, here's the two impulses. The Yetzer HaRa, 88. The Yetzer HaTov and the Yetzer HaRa.
What book have you got?
Every Man's Talmud.
That was 88? Oh, I'm sorry.
On page 88 and following. It talks about the good impulse and the evil impulse. And unfortunately, I didn't bring with me the Encyclopedia Judaica. The information here in Every Man's Talmud will help you a little bit, but if we had Every Man's Talmud, it could tell us a little more.
This talks about Samael and Samael, starting on page 54.
It talks about what?
Samael and Satan.
Okay, what page?
Starting at 54 and going through 55.
54, 55. Okay.
66. It talks about the three functions if you dive in 56.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the quote that I wanted to give you.
Where is that?
It's on page 54. On Every Man's Talmud, the last paragraph down at the bottom of the page. The wicked angel, Samael, the chief of all the Satans, Deuteronomy Rabbah. In this way is the army of the evil angel and their captain designated. Satan is the personification of wickedness. A significant remark is Satan, the Yetzer HaRa, and the angel of death are all one. That's Baba Batra 16a. It indicates that the prompting to evil is rather a force within the individual than an influence from without. It also explains why God permits Satan to be active and does not destroy him. The reason is that, as will be explained, the Yetzer HaRa is an essential constituent in human nature without which the race would soon become extinct. One should always be alert to escape the power of Satan. And a rabbi suggested it is a suitable blessing for a guest to pronounce over his host, "May he prosper in all his possessions. May not Satan have power over the works of his hands, nor over ours, and may there not leap before him or us any thought of sin, transgression, or iniquity from now and forevermore." It is recommended, let a man not open his mouth to Satan. In other words, he should not say anything unpropitious which might recoil upon him. And on and on. But, again, the question is, who is this Satan?
Well, in Numbers 22:22, it says the angel of the Lord has left Satan.
That says right
It's a fort.
here that the angel of death is Satan too. Now, this is hard for our Western mind. And it's hard for us to understand how that all of this crept into Christian theology. It did not come from Hebrew or from Judaism, but rather the dualism that we find in Christianity today comes rather from the Zoroastrianism of Persia. And I'm sorry, I didn't write this stuff. I didn't think it up. I'm sorry that you haven't got a personal devil if you want one. But in Hebrew, it's just not there. Yes, Bob.
Who does the angel chain and throw into the bottomless pit for 1,000 years?
Now you're getting over into Revelation, way ahead of us. I'm not going to have anything to say about any of that stuff now, because you have to understand, whenever we get to Revelation, that we're talking about a lot of metaphor, we're talking about allegory, and all of this eschatological and apocalyptic documents.
And it's not Hebraic.
What's that?
It's not very Hebraic.
Yes, it is.
No, it is
Very
Hebraic.
Hebraic.
Very Hebraic, man.
sorry.
This
Yeah,
stuff
very
is
Hebraic.
some of the most Hebraic of the material that you're going to find in the biblical text.
That's what you said, yes.
We're not having lectures on prophecy of any kind.
Well, in every man's Talmud here, though, it says, since he is only able to be in one place at one time, he must necessarily have emissaries to do his bidding. As pointed out above, good angels accompany the righteous and evil angels the wicked.
Mm-hmm. That's a quote from one of the,
Talmud.
but it's from one of the commentaries from Midrash.
It's interesting, though, that the thing you quoted in every man's Talmud is saying that it's necessary to have this part of the human race in order to not exist, but what? To carry on? What does that mean?
To perpetuate the race.
Perpetuate it.
Because the evil inclination has also been identified with the sex drive. And without the sex drive, there'd be no perpetuation of the human race. So they say that even the Yetzer Hara is good, because without it, man wouldn't marry or build a home.
Well, when you're reading that, it sounds like it's a force within us. You're talking about inclination to do good or bad. Is that within degrees within everybody?
Is that what?
Is it within degrees of everybody?
Yes. Yes.
So you really, do you know of that, or is it something you can develop over time and control?
Well, it's an interesting question here, is who has the control over it? And if you'll remember, way back with Cain, when he's whining because his offering wasn't accepted, God tells him what? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you don't, sin couches at your door, and what? And you must overcome it. you must overcome him. In other words, you're the one that's going to have to put down the Yetzer Hara. All of this stuff about demons and deliverance and this kind of thing, you see. If you don't want to be delivered, and you don't take the authority and the control over it, you ain't going to get it.
Right. But isn't that part of awareness too?
Yes.
So you're going to get back to people have to be aware.
That's exactly right. And awareness comes through what? Education. Exactly.
But Roy, on the other hand, though, Jewish people don't try to stop sinning. They don't worry about stopping sinning. They go over to doing good, which leaves them no time to sin.
Well, that's exactly right. It's just the whole idea that one doesn't need to be worrying about the devil or be worrying about all of these afflictions or infirmities or whatever it is going to be. One needs to be worrying about doing good and acts of righteousness. And if you're busy doing acts of righteousness, you're not going to have time to be...
Tree can't bear two kinds.
That's right. But you've got to see this now of this temptation. Here's the thing. Is Jesus being literally tempted by an outside force when he's carried out into the desert, or is he being tempted by a force that's within?
If he's being tempted by a force within, that confirms the idea that God has both of these same qualities that we view in ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. And he's choosing to overcome, or deciding to overcome the evil.
Now, Beverly down here on the front row says she don't agree with that that's not right. Okay. So what is right?
I'm not sure, but I did. Something's not done right with it. I mean, if you read the entire section in every man's Talmud, you get a bigger...
There's just like Jelly Bean down here.
Now, I know God said in Isaiah He created evil. So if you want to say, He says that. He created darkness, He created everything. So He created Hasatan. Hasatan is a created being in everyone's Talmud. I mean, the way in which it reflects itself, yes, I believe that the Yetzer Hara is the way it shows itself in our personal life, but also there seems to be an extra added something that I think we're missing here if we just relegate it to that position.
Roy, if you look at Hasatan rather than as an entity, look at it as an office that an entity can perform in, then it changes your whole concept.
You know, because it says that the three functions that Satan performs is to accuse, to seduce, and to...
That's right.
You know,
what are the three functions?
Who is the Hasatan?
Well...
Again, it says
Job,
it's a Yetzer Hara.
It mentions a specific conversation, and it's not, it wasn't within Job. Hasatan spoke to God.
Was that a literal event that took place, though, or is that allegory?
It's allegory, but it still doesn't show me that really...
Punishment of
death. Okay, the same thing with...
The prosecuting attorney does the same thing, and he doesn't have to be bad to do it.
Yeah. But here's the whole point, see, that because of our immersion in Western culture, Western theology, our whole mentality, the teachings that we've had for so long and for so many years, it's difficult all of a sudden to make an adjustment from black to white or white to black or here to there or there to here or whatever.
I agree.
In a view of the fact that in the text there are so many troublesome passages that just to relegate Hasatan to the Yetzer Hara and say that that's all that it is doesn't answer all the questions.
No. But I have, in studying with you and away from you, I totally agree that the dualism, is totally false.
Yeah.
There's only one God.
That's right.
We have the authority over.
Yeah.
So no problem.
But now the whole problem is with those givens, how do we interpret the rest? And that's a problem, you see. But with only with your mind, only with the Western mentality. It's not a problem for the Hebrew mentality because it can be this, both, and abstract, and we don't ask the questions because we know that there's not a personal Hasatan anyway. But the Hasatan could come in all kinds of forms, all kinds of ways.
And I don't even have a problem.
The only problem with all this is that we have to be responsible.
We are responsible.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. See, is the bottom line is that we're responsible and we don't want to be. We'd rather either we blame it on God or blame it on the devil. Either God did it or the devil did it, see? And we don't want to take the responsibility. It's a whole lot easier to have devils.
Back to Adam and Eve, when God said, if you eat the apple, you'll know good and evil. So it's a knowledge of the apple. We're given. Actually, it's a story, I know, probably. But it's the knowing of good and evil.
And who's the snake?
And God uses different things like a snake to come and personify like a messenger from God, an accuser. Actually, God sometimes accuses us. Does God accuse us?
What about?
No. You know what I'm saying? Are they like messengers from God also?
I'm not sure, but I followed the question.
Well, like the snake was not Adam or Eve. It was not
also
within
not
them.
Hasatan.
It was also what?
It was also not Hasatan.
I see. Okay, at that time, it was not Hasatan. We always think the snake is Hasatan.
Yeah, but it's not.
But it's
Hasatan
not.
actually is a word that's used much later. It's called Anachash, the serpent. Marshall?
I have a question about the text. In the Hebrew, in 4:1, it is a kind of a form that seems to follow itself quite a bit. Like you have Haruach using Nasa, and you have Hasatan doing Sefer. Is that and those kinds of things intended as like puns or something like within the text where you have, I know they're not the same letters or whatever, but there's similar sounds where you have Ruach doing Nasa and you have Satan doing Nasehu, and this kind of literal or textual, or I don't even know how to describe it. It's like intended as a kind of a little funny statement in there?
No, it's two different Hebrew words.
Right, but they sound the same.
Yeah, but so do house and horse. The one, it's a completely different root. Az, nasa, is nun, sin,
right.
Aleph, which means to lift up or to carry.
Right.
The other one is nasa, nun, samech, hey, which means to try.
Right, but right in there is where, at least from my perspective, maybe it's coming from the outside looking in, it's humorous. You have, so to speak, the good guy leading, and you got the bad guy or whatever tempting, using similar sounds but different words. No. It's just a coincidence?
Just a coincidence. Just a matter of the similar sounds resultant from the different words or roots that are used to convey the idea. As nasaha ruach et Yeshua hamidbara lama'an yenasehu hasatan. But it's just attempt to try, and all of the way through it's there's no connection with the sound or trying to make any kind of a play like that. Because if you'll come on down here to verse 5, you'll see the Yesaehu ha-Satan. That Satan is also doing the same thing as the Ruach did up in the first verse. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we back up for just a second?
Yeah.
And, verse 3.
That's what I was just.
Verse 3.
What is that word?
Tempter.
Is it tempter? I don't have any.
What is that?
Vayigash elav ha-menaseh.
The Hamenaseh.
Yeah. Menaseh means the one who's going to lenasot. Bo. Who's going to tempt him. It means the tempter's going to tempt. It's the noun form of the root nasa, which means to tempt or to test, to try. It's just the tempter, the one tempting. Yes.
Minor point, but maybe you have a comment. I've heard it said that when you're fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, you would not feel hungry. You would feel very numb.
You'd probably feel dead.
Very weak. So,
Notice something in this fasting, and all of this stuff about fasting, Christians have never understood.
Well, the point is he says he feels hungry or he's hungry.
But he doesn't say he's thirsty, does he?
No.
Wonder why.
He probably had water, because you can't live 40 days without water.
At St. George's Monastery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he went and stayed in St. George's Monastery.
I didn't.
All right. I don't know, as we've answered all of your questions here, but if we don't hurry down the line with a look at the text, we're never going to get through.
Right.
And notice that as he's out in the desert, there is that temptation. Does it come from within or from without? And at this point, that's not the point. The point is that there is that temptation to turn away from the task that is before him. And the temptation comes in three different ways. First, that the stones be made into bread. And every time the temptation is overcome with what? Just a simple word. He doesn't take any kind of authority over the devil and bind him and cast him into the bottomless pit or into the dry places. Huh? Yeah. The temptation is what? Through recollection or a calling to mind the Word of God. That it is written that man's not going to live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Where is that written? Deuteronomy 8:3. Then it says, Hasatan now is the one who took him up into the holy city and set him on the pinnacle of the temple. Does anybody know where the pinnacle of the temple was? We used to think that it was at the southeast corner of the temple compound, but today we know that it was at the southwest corner of the temple compound because in our archaeological excavations we found a stone, the uppermost stone from the temple compound that had been pushed down onto the floor during the destruction of the temple, and it had an inscription on it that said Levetat Kiyah, or to the place of trumpeting. And that spot was the pinnacle of the temple, that he carried him up there to the pinnacle of the temple, and he said, if you are Ben Elohimata, throw yourself off, because it's written that He's going to give His messengers a charge over thee. And again, the temptation is overcome with the written word, thou shalt not tempt the Lord your God. And where's that?
Deuteronomy 6:16.
Yeah, this is verse number 7 of chapter 4. You'll not tempt the Lord your God.
Oh, first he quotes from Psalm
But
91.
who quotes from Psalms 91? That's what I want you to see. Who's quoting from Psalms 91? Hasatan. Now again we ask the question, who's Hasatan? Does Hasatan know the Scriptures? He knows the whole thing. He studied the whole thing. Yes.
He even trembles, doesn't he?
And then the third one is that Hasatan tempts him, says, if you'll just bow down before me and worship me, I'll give you all of these things. Now this is a strange one.
Very strange.
In view of the fact that if there was a Hasatan, he didn't have anything to give in the first place.
That's right.
But if that is the Yetzer Hara within him, then would that be his
Temptation
within him, tempting him to use his power as God to
for his own personal gain.
control the world for his own personal gain?
Sure.
It's more than just personal gain, it says worship. So how do you think of that?
Well,
They can come in here and say that I will give you these things because Western thinking says that Satan is the god of this planet, and so therefore he owns it.
The God of this world who hath blinded the eyes.
No, but that's us. He was tempted of his own what he could do. I mean, he could do those things. That's why. So,
sure he could have done it.
and he knew the strict scriptures because that was him.
With all of the religious leaders in these various cults and sects that get people to do crazy things, giving them money, following after them, they all claim to be what?
The spokesman for God.
Or Messiah.
Right.
Something, just like this guy up at Waco.
Oh yeah, that goes back.
The wacko from Waco.
Lord himself, he says he's a prophet now instead of Jesus.
Oh, no, he's not.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, he got promoted.
Yet there's a great teaching in the world saying that when Adam bowed his knee, he transferred the title deed to the property here called the world, and that this would not really have been a temptation to Jesus had he not the opportunity of taking it all back at that point. Sounds logical.
Well, the simple fact of the matter is that every one of these temptations are real.
Or what?
Are real.
That's what made him a temptation.
Every one of these temptations are real. He could have done that.
He that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whosoever confesses and forsakes them shall have mercy. Whoever confesses and forsakes his sins shall have what? No. Whoever confesses and forsakes his sins receives what? No. What? Who said that? Forgiveness. They receive forgiveness. If you are faithful and just to confess your sins He's faithful and just to forgive your sins and cleanse you from all unrighteousness. See?
In Proverbs 28, which verses are those again, please?
Verse 13.
Verse 13.
Proverbs 28:13.
What would it really mean to be forgiven, to have his forgiveness?
What would it mean to be forgiven? That God forgets it.
What does it mean to be unrighteous?
Unrighteous is interestingly enough not wicked. Unrighteous is not to be equated with the English concept of wicked and wickedness. Unrighteousness is the opposite of whatever tzedakah is. And tzedakah, righteousness, is what? It's what man does to his fellow man. Almsgiving, charity. It's care for the poor, the hungry, the needy, the doing unto others as you would have others do unto you. And unrighteousness would be the opposite of that. A person who simply did nothing would be considered to be unrighteous.
So if he does an evil thing to his fellow man, he's unrighteous.
Yes, but if he does nothing, he's also equally unrighteous.
So saying you're basically a good person doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Troy?
Yes.
You're saying God forgets. Does that forget without retribution?
Yes.
So then for David, he had to pay retribution for some of the things he did. So he wasn't really forgiven.
No. He didn't have to pay retribution. What happens is that when a person is truly repentant and God forgives, the sin's forgotten. But unfortunately, the problem with all of that is that often we have to suffer because of the consequences of our sins. God can't do anything about that. He can forget, but the consequences remain.
But sometimes he breaks through, and blessed is the man whom the Lord has covered his sin.
Well, covered is the same as forget.
But sometimes God will forgive and do away with the consequences also. Whatever you sow, you must reap.
What's that?
Whatever you sow, you must reap.
Yeah, but Charlie must be thinking of an instance.
I can think of a lot of times, but most of them are not biblical. Most of them come right on out of my life. Boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And those are the ones that are most meaningful for us, too.
I mean nothing to you because I'm not going to confess my sin.
I sure wish you would, Charlie. Because my weakness is gossip. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Now, where do we read about pure in heart? Come on again. Okay, turn to Psalm 24. What verse? 3 and 4. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto falsehood, nor sworn deceitfully. So what does it mean to have a pure heart? It means that this person is a person of integrity. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Means what? You shall not lie? No, doesn't have anything to do with lying. The Bible doesn't say you shall not lie, with the way we think of lies. We think, and I've heard people tell me this, that one lie is just as bad as another. White lie is just as bad as a black lie. Lie is a lie is a lie, which is a lie. One lie is not as bad as the other, and the Bible doesn't say you shall not lie. What it says is that you'll not bear false witness. That is, you'll not give false testimony in a court of law. That you're not going to do anything or say anything that is going to be to a brother's detriment. You see, it's no sin to tell a lie as long as you know nobody's going to believe you anyway. So I can exaggerate about how big the fish I was that I caught, or I can tell my wife that that was a wonderful meal, or that's a beautiful dress, or whatever. I can. And that's really not telling a lie. That's just using good common sense. That's being tactful, see. But a lie is something that you intentionally do to somebody's detriment and supposedly to your own self-gain. And it has to do with just basic integrity. That this is a person of integrity. They're going to do what they say they're going to do. They're going to pay their bills on time. They're going to live up to the obligations and commitments that they make to their fellow man. They're going to be upright, straight, honest people, men and women of integrity. Blessed are those who have not lifted themselves up to falsehood nor sworn deceitfully. That's what it means to have a pure heart. And these are the kind of people that are going to ascend to the hill of God. And what does it mean somebody's going to ascend to the hill of God? These are euphemisms for salvation. Did you have a question, Jerry?
Thinking about what you just said. If you then reveal some information you have about someone that's true, that is...
But it's to their detriment.
But it's to their detriment to reveal it. It's out of their past or something. Would that be considered in this category?
Well, it just depends on the motive and probably on the circumstance or the situation. If you were required to reveal that in a court of law, then you would be violating the commandment as well as the principle by not telling the truth, even if it ultimately result in that individual's detriment. But if you happen to find out something that could be to an individual's detriment if you brought it out, and you brought it out just because you thought that it was your religious obligation to bring it out, and it served to that purpose, person's detriment, might wind up backfiring and causing you more harm. Because you're not called upon to be your brother's judge. And I could give you, if you wanted, just some recent examples of that. And we all, I think, probably could. But you're not to be your brother's judge. You're not to judge his actions. And you're not to judge his motives. But when it says you are to judge, what is it that you're to judge? The doctrine. What? The teaching. What's coming out of his and we'll have more to say about that in just a little while, because Jesus touches on that. Blessed are the peacemakers, because they're going to be called the children of God. What does it mean to be a peacemaker? Well, we could go to some great lengths discussing the subject of peace and peacemaking and how one makes peace, but the Hebrew word for peace is what? Shalom. And what does shalom mean? It's many things, exactly. I had a friend of mine who wrote his doctoral dissertation on the meaning of the Hebrew root Shin Lamed Mem. I think it was 186 or 188 pages, doctoral dissertation. And I don't know that he yet exhausted all of the possibilities, but suffice for us to say here, how about this for a translation? Blessed are those who are calling men and women into wholeness. Or blessed are they who are assisting men and women in becoming whole. Blessed are those who are calling men to the peace that only God can give. This is what those who are children of God do. This is what those who are a part of the kingdom do. This is what kingdom people do. They seek to reduplicate themselves. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. There are 4 mistakes here. Number 1, it doesn't have anything to do with persecution. Number 2, righteousness is not righteousness. Number 3, you don't possess the kingdom. Number 4, this isn't in the future tense.
Give us 4 again.
Righteousness isn't righteousness. Persecution doesn't have anything to do with persecution. You don't possess the kingdom, and it's not in the future tense. Now, if all of these others are referring back to something, what's it referring to? What's the passage? Do you know the Dead Sea Scrolls helped us figure out what that was? Turn to Isaiah 51:1. Hearken to me, you that what? Huh? Somebody got something else?
Got pursued.
Yeah, got pursued. Pursue. This Hebrew word is radah. Radah. Resh Dalet Hey. Radah. Radah. And Radah has 2 meanings. One of them is to run after or pursue, and the secondary meaning is to persecute. Now, how could the 2 be so close together? Because in ancient times you usually were pursuing somebody to lay hold on them to thunk them on the head. So it has that idea of pursuing with the idea of laying hold on. See? And it's a remez or a hint back here to Isaiah 51:1. What does it say here, 51:1? Hearken unto me, you that pursue righteousness. What does it mean to pursue righteousness? You that seek the Lord. See, to seek the Lord, to pursue righteousness, these are parallelisms. Hearken unto me, you that pursue righteousness. So what does it mean here? Blessed are those who are running after God's salvation, to lay hold on it, to obtain it. This is what those who make up the kingdom do. And notice how these are all just like progressive parallelisms. The poor in the spirit, the meek, the mourners, those who are hungering and thirsting. Parallelisms that are just building one on top of the other. And it's giving us a picture of the actions of those who make up the kingdom. This is the way those who are a part of the kingdom act. That's the reason why I said that a good translation for the Beatitudes would be attitudes for kingdom people to be in. And then Jesus goes on and draws on all of these beautiful descriptive pictures that he's taking from everyday life. You're the salt of the earth. But if you're not practicing these things, if you're not doing these things, then the salt's lost its savor. And what's it good for? Just to be thrown out. You're the light of the world. So let your light so shine before men that they may see your what? Let your light so shine before men that they may see your what?
Good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Boy, it's really tough for Christians to get it through their head that biblical faith has to do with one's actions, with one's deeds. You're not saved by, well, we'll get to that a little later on.
Would you mind backing up for just a minute?
I might.
If you don't see verse 10, where it involves persecution for those who are pursuing righteousness, then verse 11, which looks like a parallel verse, and also goes along with 1 Peter 3,
I figured that you would probably come through and pick that one out.
Okay, let me just forget it.
Yeah, I want you just to forget it. But ask me the question, why do I want you to forget it?
Oh, why do you want me to forget it?
Now, again, this is going to be a problem, perhaps, for some of you. If it's not a problem for you, it's going to be a problem for somebody that you're going to try to say anything about it to. But once we have established that there was an original Hebrew life story that was translated into Greek and then fragmented and then reconstructed, there are obviously going to be parts of it that are out of whack, that this doesn't go here and this doesn't go there, and this that goes here should go somewhere else over here. And we're not right 100% of the time. And a lot of what we say is conjecture, but at least the conjecture is an educated guess. And our educated guess is that this particular passage doesn't really belong here. It belongs in the place where Jesus is sending his disciples out. And he's telling them to go out and to preach the gospel, but that in the going, they're going to know that they are going to be reviled and persecuted, and people are going to say all manner of things against you. But notice, this doesn't have anything to do with physical persecution. It's all what somebody's saying.
Yeah.
The way that you are spoken against or treated or whatever. And I just left it out because we don't think that it goes there. But now if you insist, Beverly, we'll stick it in there just for you.
Verse 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, verse 11 and 12. But that's the reason. And of course, again, I'm not going to treat every verse. I can't. We're going to have to hurry through this thing. We're already behind about a half a day. And we're going to have to hurry on down the line. Jesus says in verse 17, think not that I'm come to destroy the law. I'm not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Now, how do you destroy the law? Huh? Who said that? By misinterpreting. And how do you fulfill the law? By correctly interpreting it. And then he goes on to say, for verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, not one jot nor one tittle shall no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. Now what's a jot and what's a tittle? The yod and the little mark on it is called the what? The coats. Coats, exactly. It says not one yod nor one coat is going to pass from the law till I cause it. Actually, let me see here. In the Greek text, it's that he causes it to stand upright. He causes it to be established by standing erect, upright. And those of you that know the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, and Yod. And notice that the Yod is the smallest letter in the alphabet. But the scribes had a practice of decorating some of these letters of the alphabet with decorative marks, like, for example, Kaf, Lamed. They would take the Lamed and make little marks up on top of it, or they'd take the Yod and make little marks on it. They looked like little chicken traps. And it didn't mean anything. And they were just there arbitrarily for decorations. It didn't change the meaning of anything. But Jesus is saying that his esteem for the law is so great that not one of the little teeniest letters in the alphabet, or even the decorative marks on top of the letters of the alphabet, is going to pass until he causes the thing to stand upright. I say unto you that except your righteousness. Now, what are we going to define righteousness as? How are we going to define righteousness?
Before you do that, can you do 19?
Yeah.
Any of the previous things, good works, righteousness, alms, act of charity, etc.
19, whosoever shall break one of these least commandments and teach men so shall be called least in the kingdom. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom. So there are two questions we need to ask. Number one, what commandments is he talking about? And number two, what is the kingdom? What are the commandments he's talking about?
Beatitudes?
No. Huh?
His commandments.
What?
That's his commandments.
Well, how many are there?
613 what?
613 that make up the written law, the Torah. And whoever breaks one of the least of them is going to go to hell.
That's not what it says. No.
And that's what it says. It doesn't mean that just because somebody breaks one of them that they're going to get zapped all of a sudden.
That's what it feels like.
But we've got that concept, see? But further beyond that, the kingdom that he's talking about here is his movement. He's not talking about that they're going to get to go to heaven. But he's talking about his movement. That if people are giving out incorrect instruction, they're not going to have the recognition in the community that they could have if they were teaching things right. It doesn't mean that they're not a part of the kingdom. There's a lot of people that I believe are going to have their place in the world to come who are teaching silly things.
Yeah.
Who are teaching things that are not just silly, but off the wall. But it doesn't mean that they're not going to have their part in the world come. It just means in a lot of cases they're self-deceived, they're immature, they're not as knowledgeable as they ought to be. And it also doesn't mean that they're not brothers. And that they shouldn't be treated with a certain amount of dignity and respect. But we want to, just because somebody doesn't think exactly the way we think or line up at every point with our theology, that these folks must be going to go to hell. You've heard that it was said by them of old time, "Thou shalt not kill." Now, one of the first principles, actually the first principle of Hillel in interpretation was what? Do any of you know? It's called Kal v'chomer. Kal v'chomer. Kal is easy. Easy or light. Chomer is heavy or difficult. Kal v'chomer. That was one of his first principles of biblical exegesis. And it was something like this, that if a light transgression is a sin, then it just naturally follows that a heavy or a weightier translation is going to be a sin. In other words, if it's a sin to be angry with your brother, naturally it's going to be a sin to murder him. And that's called the chomer. And we're going to see some of these principles come into play now here, as Jesus says, "You've heard that it's been said of them of old times, thou shalt not kill." Where's that? Exodus 20:13. And whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. And this is the Bet Din, or the local congregational court. But he says, but I say to you that whoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. Whosoever shall say to his brother, Rekah, shall be in danger of the council, but whoever shall say, Tatahu hanavar, meyuchavu le'esh gehinom. Whoever shall say to his brother, what? He's a naval. What is a naval? Well, let's go back up and look at this whole thing. How many of you have ever heard anybody, not counting studies that we've done before, you've ever heard anybody ever give an exposition on this particular passage?
No.
But they ain't got the foggiest idea what's going on. And so they just ignore it. But number one, it doesn't say in Exodus 20:13, you shall not kill. And it says you'll not commit premeditated murder. Lo tirtzach. And retzach is premeditated murder. Laharog means to kill, justifiable homicide. It doesn't say you'll not commit justifiable homicide, or you'll not protect yourself, you'll not defend your person or your property. It says you'll not commit premeditated murder. But then Jesus goes ahead and he says, but I say unto you that whoever is angry with his brother without a cause. Now suppose he's got a good cause.
Okay.
That's a different case. That's a different. Whoever's angry with his brother without cause, he's going to be liable for the Bet Din. That's the local congregational court. But whoever says to his brother, Rekah, meyuchavu lesanhedrin. See how it goes to a progressively higher court. From the local Bet Din, now it goes to the Sanhedrin. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Rekah, he's liable to be brought before the Sanhedrin. What is Rekah? What does it mean? Rekah means what? Well, Rek means empty-headed. Empty-headed. And Rekah means somebody that's empty-headed. He hasn't got sense enough to pour sand in a rat hole. You know, he can't be trusted. You don't want to have anything to do with him, so on and so forth. And actually, what we're dealing with here now is slander, libel. And slander and libel was judged by the higher court than the Bet Din. See? But now he goes on and says, but whosoever shall say to his brother, Huhanavar, that he's a Navar, that he's going to be liable for the fires of Gehenna.
Destruction?
Huh?
Destruction? Is that destruction?
Well, Gehenna is hell. We translate it in English as hell, but fires of Gehenna. Gehinnom means the valley of Hinnom, actually, and the Hinnom Valley is the valley that runs to the west and the south around the Temple Mount, around the edge of Mount Zion. And in ancient times it was thought that it was there that they practiced Molech worship, passing the children through the fire, offering them as sacrifices, and later on became a trash dump, a trash heap. There's some differences of opinion as to whether that was actually the case or not, but in other words, it's used figuratively, allegorically, as the final abode of the wicked. And now the question becomes, what is a Naval? So, where do we read about the Naval in the biblical text, in the Old Testament?
The Lord says in his heart there is no God.
Okay, what passage is that? No, I'll take that. What verse? What chapter? Would you believe? Psalms 53, 1 and following. And what does it say? Now let's look at this, because this is important. See, all that Jesus has got to do is just mention these words. They know exactly what he's talking about. Psalms 53. The Naval has said in his heart, there is no God. Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There's none that doeth good. Every one of them has gone back. They're all together become filthy. There's none of them that has done good, no, not one. You see what it's saying that the Naval is? This is a morally corrupt person who's turned away from God. And
is Paul also any to this in Romans? Is it sound just like?
You'd have to give me the exact passage, and I'd have to look at it.
Let me find it right quick.
Is it Romans 1:26?
Romans 3. When he talks about they're all gone out of the way, they all together become unprofitable. There's none that do good.
Exactly. Yes, and he's talking. And see, these are all apostates. These are all apostates, people who fell into apostasy. They're morally corrupt, or we'd say they turned their back on God and are lost. See? Now, Jesus is saying, you better be careful whenever you say that about somebody, because only God knows when that takes place in the man's heart, see? And once you say of a brother that he's a Naval, then you have usurped the place and position that belongs only to God, because only God knows the man's heart. And once you do that, you've played God, and that's going to get you in trouble and make you liable for the fires of Gehenna by playing God.
How do you spell Naval?
N-A-V-A-L. Naval. N-A-V-A-L.
Naval or Naval?
Naval.
N-A-V-A-L.
N-A-V-A-L. Now, in some places you'll find that spelled N-A-V-A-L. Like Retshire. You see in here it says N-A-V-A-L. And the reason why is because in Hebrew it's spelled Nun Bet Lamed. Nun Bet Lamed. And what they're doing is they don't realize that this is a long vowel here, so that you don't get the dagesh here that would make this into a B instead of a V. With this long vowel, the doubling drops out, and so it's V. N-A-V-A-L. But if I erase the vowels and look at it and I want to transcribe it, I would write it N-V-L. See? So, Naval is the correct pronunciation for it. Now, listen here. Page 3 of Every Man's Talmud. In biblical literature, well, let me back up. whether atheism, in the sense of the dogmatic denial of God's existence, was accepted by anybody in biblical and rabbinical times is doubtful. But both in Bible and Talmud, the concern was with the practical atheist who conducted his life as though he would never be held to account for his deeds. In biblical literature, the statement, "there is no God," is made by the Navar, i.e., the morally corrupt person who, while acknowledging the existence of a Creator, refused to believe that he was at all interested in the actions of his creatures. His counterpart in the Talmud is the Apikoros, or Epicurean, who likewise denies the fundamental principle of religion by his abominable conduct. The rabbis defined the atheist as one who affirmed there is no judgment and no judge in the universe, irrespective of his disbelief in the existence of God.
Or you can find an illustration where David is with Nabal and Abigail. Nabal.
Yeah.
Cool.
Interestingly enough, the old boy's name was Nabal.
Good name.
Yeah.
Nobody could call him.
It has to be a parental problem for him to name him right.
What's that?
No wonder he was so fouled up if his parents named him that.
That's right. Now, notice, see, since Jesus has begun the preaching of the gospel of the kingdom has been his emphasis. Man's relationship with his fellow man. And notice how he now brings this to some kind of a high point by concluding, if you bring your gift to the altar and you remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift and go thy way and be reconciled to your brother, and then come and offer your gift. The implication is that if you don't, your gift's not going to be accepted with God. Agree with your adversary quickly while you're in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary delivers you to the judge, and the judge delivers you to the officer, and you be cast into the prison. What does it mean, your adversary? One that's disagreeing with you. One who disagrees with you. You're having an argument. It doesn't mean somebody that's out to thump you on the head. You're having an argument. Rivka. Make yourself acceptable with your adversary or with somebody who's disagreeing. If you got a disagreement with your brother, try to come to some kind of a conclusion before the thing gets out of hand, and then it winds up in court, and you may be coming out on the losing end of the stick. Yeah.
You started to comment on that verse 20 a while ago. Give us a thumbnail sketch of what that means.
Oh, righteousness?
No, exceeding the righteousness of those.
Yeah. Righteousness is God's salvation. Your concept of what it is to be an ish tzaddik.
No, but what do they mean by our righteousness?
Oh, that's what I was going to go ahead and tell you. Now, you see, during this period of time, the scribes and the Pharisees, who are bound by laws of tzedakah, charity, to take care of the widows, the orphans, their parents, others, in charitable acts, what are they doing? We're going to see later on what they're doing. They're getting out of those responsibilities by taking what they should be using and taking care of the widows, the orphans, the needy, and they're taking it to the temple and they're offering it up to God as a sacrifice. You remember? And saying, this is korban. The only thing about it is God can't spend money. God can't eat. And what happened to the things that were offered up in the temple? They usually took it home and ate it. They usually spent it themselves. But it was a way that they could circumvent their responsibilities or their duties to others. And Jesus is saying, unless your concept of salvation and what God's salvation is doesn't exceed that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you can't be a part of my movement. And then there's the other side of the coin here too, Ron. We talked about the narrow, limited sense in which it's used, but there's already this broad sense in that it being God's salvation. And God's salvation was for whom? All. And unless your concept of salvation and who it's for doesn't go beyond that of the scribes and Pharisees who thinks they're the only ones that's going to make it. So it has all of these elements involved. Unless your concept of tzedakah doesn't exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees, you can't be a part of my movement. Because his movement is ultimately going to do what? It's going to reach out and encompass the world. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Question. This lines in verse 23 through 26 there where it says about, somebody's got something against you, make it right with them before you go to God and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Or about your opponent. That does not refer to, does it, the situation where somebody is slandering you, attacking you, telling bad stories about you to hurt you. It's when you've done something wrong to that person and they're hurt by it and you are obligated to go correct that. Or am I correct or incorrect?
It can work both ways. It can work either way. The important thing to note here is that this is talking about a brother. It's not talking about somebody who's a pagan.
So either whether they are
if you got some
trying to hurt you for nothing you've done, you're still required to try to make it right with them.
Well, see, you've got to go on down here to verse 25, and that is try to settle these disagreements, these arguments with your brother that is alienated from you. Or else he's going to bring you to the court. Or you're going to wind up in court. And it can be either way.
But even if he's attacking you for no reason.
If he's attacking you for no reason falsely, you can go and try to be reconciled. If he refuses to be reconciled, then now the problem's upon his shoulders.
You have to, in good conscience, do all you can to rectify it.
That's right. But there's nothing that says that he's going to reciprocate. If he doesn't, then he becomes a dismenis, a brother that refuses to be reconciled.
What does that do to him?
Well, it takes him a step farther out of the picture.
Okay, are those things that you're not obligated in case of slander to forgive? Let's speak to this.
I don't know about that, Charlie, but I'll sure give you a both and let you look at it and see.
I think it does say that.
You got it right there. Verse 20. Nezikin? Yeah. Look it up. That will be an interesting point.
You know what was justified or constituted just cause? Yeah, without cause.
What constitutes a just cause? Well, if they've actually done something that has removed them from the relationship of brother to brother, and it's untrue or it's not right, then you've got cause to be angry. But in that case, in the Jewish legal system, you had a recourse, because it makes it hard for us to understand this, because we don't understand the whole system of courts and laws that they had in Judaism. Every congregation had its own court, and that court was called a Bet Din. If there was any kind of problem taking place between the individual members of that congregation, then that was brought before the judges of the Bet Din to deal with. And in many instances, the court consisted of only 3 members. Just 3 members. That would be dealt with on a congregational basis. If there was a just cause, then that congregational court was there to help mediate. But a lot of times these issues are things that just are blown out of proportion, and there's not any real justification behind it. It gets out of hand, and what we need to do is try to go to our brother and get these things settled and get reconciled before it gets so far out of hand that now the judge has to step in, and maybe it's going to be costly for one or the others of us. But if that person refuses to be reconciled, then you don't have any alternative, you see, but to use legal means or legal matters to try to get the thing reconciled.
Do they have that today? That means
the Jewish legal system is essentially the same today as it's always been. The problem is we don't have it in the church, see? So almost none of this is applicable as far as we're concerned. Because even if we had the congregational court, nobody would go to it. We probably couldn't find anybody qualified in the churches to sit on the court as a judge in the first place, and if we could find somebody to sit on the court that was qualified, you couldn't get anybody in the congregation to go to it. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to use the secular courts. Yes.
This interlinear Bible says that fool in Psalm 53 is an inspired man prophet.
They're making a mistake. They're thinking of a Navi instead of a Naval.
Prophet.
Roy, I did find this. Hillel said the disciples of Aaron pursued peace. Hillel said the disciples of Aaron pursued peace.
Yeah. Let me look at that in Hebrew before I open my mouth and make this statement here. Rodeh Shalom. Those Shalom. See, he's referring, Hillel is making the reference back to Isaiah 51 the same way. Because he says, Rodeh, literally the oath. run after or pursue peace. And interestingly enough, they translate it right in the Mishnah here too. They don't say persecute.
What would the Jewish congregations do today or in the past if somebody was brought to court and they just blew it off like Christians would? Would they throw them out?
Yeah, they'd be shunned.
What was the term for that?
Excommunicated.
Is there a Jewish word for it though? That we could look up and get more information? Not that we're going to throw anybody out, but
I'll tell you what, it's an interesting question that I don't just off the top of my head know the answer to, but what we can do is that we can look over in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians, where Paul tells the people to withdraw from this person. We can look that word up in Greek, and then we can see what the Hebrew equivalent for it is. I can think of a number of ways to say it in Hebrew, but I'm not sure what would be the correct way of expressing it. Now, I'm enjoying all of these questions, and I hope you're enjoying the answers, but we're not going to get very far if we don't move. Verse 27, you've heard that it was said by them of old times, Exodus 20:13, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman, and what does it say in your translation? Who says lust her? Does it say lust after her? How many of you have got something that says something besides lust after? Evil desire for. Has an evil desire for? Well, it doesn't say lust after. It says lust her. Anyone that looketh upon a woman to lust her. Lachmodota. Doesn't say lachmodota. I mean, it doesn't say lust after her. It says to lust her. Lachmodota. It's a verb form. Lachmodota. Now, anyone that looks upon the woman to lust after her has committed adultery with her in his heart already. Now, first of all, what does it mean to lust? Hamad is the word. Het min dalet. And we'll look it up here in Brown Driver Briggs and see what it means. Unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case may be, it doesn't mean what you think it means. Over the years, I've probably had more people come to me about this one problem than any other. And believe me, I could tell you some stories. But more people are disturbed about the fact that they've got a spirit of lust. Right? And in a lot of the seminars that we've held over the years on marriage and the family, the women will usually come up to Gloria and tell them about they got this problem with lust. And I had this one guy one time, he was a young preacher, and both of us happened to be studying together at that particular time at Eastern New Mexico University, working on our master's degree. And we had to drive 88 miles back and forth, and we'd talk about all kinds of things. And I remember this one day, he just got to confessing about how that he was just consumed with this spirit of lust. And he said, said, I've been prayed for and delivered about 49 times. And he said, I think I'll just get rid of that thing. And said, I'll just stop at a stoplight and be waiting for the light to change and not even thinking about it, and hear this nice looking woman with a rock in front, and said, that thing will jump right back on. And he was so consumed with guilt, because the Bible said you'll not look on a woman to lust after her. And he didn't know the difference between a normal human response and lust. Now, the simple fact of the matter is that we're all sexual beings. And we all have sexual thoughts. And we all have sexual fantasies. There's only we found actually two categories of people who don't have sexual thoughts. The first category we call dead. And the second we call liars. The second we call liars. And everybody else is a sexual being. They have sexual thoughts, they have sexual fancies, and that's okay. That's the way we were made. That's what we are. We're a sexual being. So, what is this hamad? Well, notice right here, this, by the way, happens to be Brown Driver Briggs number 2530. Hamad. In a bad sense. Inordinate, ungoverned, selfish desire of idolatrous tendency.
What page is that?
That's on page 326. That is, it's ungoverned, it's out of control, and it's of such a tendency that it actually has become an object of worship. Idolatry. One is out of control and they have to possess this thing at any cost. Remember? Run after or pursue righteousness to lay hold on it, to possess it. This is the opposite. As one runs after whatever this is, and by the way, we can lust things other than women or men. You can lust things. That's right. To possess it and to lay hold on it, and you're going to have it at any cost. See? Now, you can have an example of old David. It's just like Charlie was saying. David wasn't a peeping Tom. He wasn't out there with a pair of binoculars looking through the windows of all of the apartment complexes built up next to him like the Israelis do today. Well, they used to do it a lot more. Now they've got TV. They can see most anything on TV that we used to be able to see in the windows. But a lot of my friends used to have these great big telescopes. I mean big ones like you'd watch the constellation with. But now a lot of them were legitimately astrologers. They loved to study heavenly bodies. And they would be, that was the evening's entertainment. Boys knew what was going on in the apartment complex next to them. But David, he wasn't that way. That wasn't what he was doing. He just happened to walk out there by accident. He looked over and saw Bathsheba. And he probably thought, man, that's a good looking woman. And And he probably thought, I wonder what it would be like to possess her. And all of that was normal and natural. But when he threw old Uriah up on the front line in battle, yeah, we missed a step in between.
That was because he was a eunuch. Because Uriah was a eunuch.
Says who?
He was probably a eunuch of choice, Roy, because he slept in the gate when he brought him back. He slept in the temple gate. He did not go to sleep with Bathsheba. Remember, that eunuch of choice was because he was at war.
Well,
think about it.
I will. But, just forget that. Just forget that. It doesn't make any difference whether he was or whether he wasn't. The fact is that he had no legitimate claim on Bathsheba. And when he put Uriah up on the front line of battle, he moves into a completely different category now. And it's just like if we're walking down the street, we can see a new television in the window, we think, man, I'd like to have that. We can fantasize. We can see that thing sitting in the living room at home. And all of that's normal. It's natural human response. But if I pick up a brick and throw it through the window and run off with the TV set, then I've moved from a natural, normal human response into sin. And the passage goes on here and says, if your right eye offends you, pluck it out and cast it from you. For it's profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. For it's profitable that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. And we've had a lot of problems with this, with our Western mind, because we want to know it. Are we supposed to do this literally or not? And if we did, all of us would be going around looking like this. But this is a very common and well-known rabbinic terminology. This is all rabbinic. And we're going to see Jesus using it again in a little different context. And the whole idea is that while this thing is yet kal and controllable, before you move from kal to chomer, get control of it, stomp on it, bring it under control, while it's yet a light or an easy thing, while it's yet controllable. And it's been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. Where did it say that? Deuteronomy 24:1. The writing of divorcement's called a get. And there's a whole tractate in Mishnah called Gettim that has to do with the issuing of the get. Now notice this real carefully. How many of you have got a translation that says something different than whosoever shall put his wife save for the cause of fornication causes her to commit adultery? Does anyone have a translation that says something different than that? What's your say?
But I tell you, whoever dismisses and repudiates and divorces his wife except on the grounds of unfaithfulness, sexual immorality, causes her to commit adultery.
Unfaithfulness or sexual immorality, see? Now they've gone way far afield. Somebody else, yes, what's unchastity? What's your...
It just plain says marital unfaithfulness.
Marital unfaithfulness, so that would be probably adultery.
Yeah, right.
See? And the church has never understood this. Probably brought more condemnation off on people at this one particular spot or in this particular passage than perhaps anything else. Divorce, remarriage. You can commit murder and get forgiven and get a show on TBN. But if you get divorced, man, you're out of it. Unless you get 3. And then you can get a show on TBN. And this is a subject that we've never really understood because of the Catholic perspective, the Roman Catholic perspective on the subject of marriage and divorce. Now, what's going on here? Remember these various schools of rabbinic thought in the first century. What are those schools we talked about? Hillel, Shammai, and then we said there was also a school of Jesus. Now, Every Man's Talmud, page 166. Down at the bottom of the page. In the first century of the present era, the schools of Shammai and Hillel took opposite views of the biblical text Deuteronomy 24:1, which allows a man to send his wife away if she find no favor in his eyes because he had found some unseeming thing in her. The phrase unseeming thing is literally the nakedness of the thing, which the school of Shammai explained to me. A man may not divorce his wife unless he discovered her to be unfaithful to him. The school of Hillel, on the other hand, understood the phrase in the sense of anything unseeming and declared he may divorce her even if she spoils his cooking.
That's so.
And Rabbi Akiva, he may divorce her even if he found another woman more beautiful than she. And if you got the Mishnah over there, the reference to that's in Gittin 9 and 10. And the interesting thing is that the more lenient opinion of the Hillelites was adopted as law. So that in Jesus' day, a man could put away his wife if he didn't even like her looks. Maybe in the morning he was ready to divorce her, by the evening he changed his mind. Yes.
Well, is the word put away and divorce are two different Greek words? I've heard it said that one was without a bill of divorcement, so you didn't have to pay what we call alimony. And the other was legal divorce, which is what God's law requires.
Well, without a legal divorce, she wasn't divorced. If he didn't give her a gift.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying without this, it wasn't pleasing to God, but actually, even in Malachi, it does use the word divorce. It does in some versions, but it has the word put away. And that was this guy's point, that who this guy was. I thought it was interesting. I don't know how accurate it was.
I'm not sure that I follow what he was saying.
Here it is. He was saying that both in Malachi, when God says, I hate divorce, he didn't really say, I hate divorce, but I hate putting away. And his point was, he hated it because it was unbiblical. They were doing it to get out of it was a loophole, to keep from taking care of the old girl. And here, the same thing. The idea he was saying was that there's two words here. One's put away and one's divorce. They're not the same Greek number. He said they're not the same thing. Some Bibles translate it just all across the board, divorce. But they're not the same word.
Not the same Greek word, right?
Not the same Greek word. Which makes it a good, very interesting anyway.
Well, I didn't want to get into it. But actually, what the guy's saying is right. The Jews did have a practice of putting their wives away without any kind of a bill of divorcement because they wanted to take them back after a while. Or they would take them back after a while. It wasn't really a legal separation. But if they wanted to legally put them away, they had to issue the get, or they weren't divorced. They may be separated, but not divorced. And
that would have caused them to commit adultery because they weren't.
That's right.
Yeah.
They weren't committing adultery, but the man had caused her to commit adultery because she wasn't legally put away.
Right.
Now, under the law of the Talmud, if the husband and wife wished to separate, there was no difficulty in dissolving a marriage. A bad wife is like her husband, is like leprosy to her husband. What's the remedy? Let him divorce her and be cured of his leprosy. It was even asserted, if one has a bad wife, it's a religious duty to divorce her. Page 166. Page 166.
Either one of these gentlemen just have their wives come up with these solutions. What could the wife do?
Well, the wife had certain rights too. But let me tell you what was going on. In Jewish law, in Jewish custom, the marriage is arranged between the bridegroom and the father of the bride. And a marriage price is agreed upon. And then a bill of espousement is signed. And that's in Tractate Ketubah. If you've got the Holy Mishnah, did you bring the Holy Mishnah? I didn't either. I just brought Tractate Nezikin. But then order Mashim in Tractate Ketubah. In the introduction to the tractate, there's a whole blank Ketubah. And it's a fill in the blank type of thing. On such and such a date and such a place, and so the son of such and such paid X number of dollars for the virginity of the virgin daughter of so and so. And what they did was that they paid a certain price for the virginity. Then the marriage was consummated at such and such a time. It could be several weeks, months, or a year after the contract had signed, before the marriage was actually consummated. When it was consummated, the woman slept on a special sheet. And the next morning, the sheet would be hung outside so that all the people that had come to the wedding celebration could see that she was a virgin, had blood on it to attest to the fact that she was a virgin. Then that was folded up and stayed with her for the rest of her life, and it was called in Deuteronomy the tokens of her virginity.
She could have pricked her finger and spotted it up.
Well, sometimes they did.
In Yentl, that's nobody, they didn't understand the audience I was in when they spilled the wine on the sheet while everybody, while they were laughing so much in the movie. Skinning the sheet.
Yeah, there was always more than one way to skin the cat. In other words, this is what the law was. But that stayed with her for the rest of her life. And at any time during the course of their marriage, the husband accused her of not being a virgin when they were married, which would render the marriage contract null and void. All she had to do was take out the tokens of her virginity and present it to a rabbinical court, and then she could never be divorced for any reason. But if it could be established that she was in fact not a virgin when the contract was signed, a lot of times they weren't virgins by the time they were married, because the signing of the contract of this ketubah was actually tantamount to marriage. Even though it might be some time before the actual ceremony took place, still nonetheless it was tantamount to union. If it could be proven that she was not a virgin when that contract was signed, then the contract was falsified, and the marriage could be declared null and void. And in this kind of a situation where you have Shammai over here saying you're not going to put away your wife except for the case of adultery, and Hillel over here saying here, put her away for any reason if you don't even like her looks, Jesus steps into the midst of the discussion and he says that you'll not put away your wife for any reason save for the cause of fornication, when the marriage contract was falsified, in which case the marriage is rendered null and void, and that's all he had to say about it. And they don't get into arguing on these other points of law that specify why a man can put away his wife and why a wife can put away her husband. There were legal decrees in law that allowed for a man to put away his wife and a wife to put away her husband. And they all knew that. And that's not the issue. The issue is Shammai right or is Hillel right? And notice how he skirts the whole issue. He doesn't argue either one. He just says the marriage contract's falsified, and then he doesn't get into other of these points of law. Yeah.
What about second marriage? You're not going to be able to...
second marriage doesn't matter. No.
What's the Hebrew word for fornication?
We have a contract saying you're virgin. Yeah, you can't have a contract. But
there's really not any specifically. Just the word taznut.
And that also has to do with temple prostitution.
Yeah. Zonah is a prostitute. Taznut is any kind of unchastity. Na'af, lean off, is adultery. But
it's not just prostitution. Didn't it have to do with that cultic other god worship?
Yeah, that's the whole point. And again, it's hard for Christians to understand that a lot of these issues that we think are sexual are really not sexual at all. They have to do with idolatry. And here you might at this point want to know, well, what were some of the reasons why a man could put away his wife legally? This is page 168. A woman who transgresses Jewish law could be put away without receiving the alimony granted to her under her ketubah. Going into public with uncovered head, remember that's an issue with Paul later on. Spinning in the streets or conversing with all sorts of men. A woman who curses her husband's children in his presence. A loud-voiced woman, which means one that talks in her house so loud that the neighbors can hear what she says. If one married a woman and waited with her 10 years without her bearing a child, he is not permitted to remain exempt from the duty of procreation, so he'd have to take another wife. Didn't necessarily have to put her away, but he had to take another. Now, a woman also has grounds for divorce if her husband contracts a loathsome illness or engages in work which makes him repugnant to her.
Is that on the same page? Is that on the same page?
No, that's on page 169. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel said this is true of minor blemishes, but in case of serious blemishes, he's compelled to give her a divorce. And what this serious blemishes means is that he has some kind of a physical infirmity that makes it impossible for him to fulfill his conjugal responsibility. And in case you're not aware of it, a man was bound by law to have sexual relationships with his wife so many times per week based upon his profession.
Where's that at? We can sell that.
I'll tell you what. I was teaching this one time at the church Lois used to go to. At the Augsburg Memorial Church, and I said something about this, and one lady in the audience shouted out, "How many times?" And I said, "For a quarter, I'll tell you." And all the women started going quarters. I don't know how much money I wound up with. I kept it all.
Well, Roy, it wasn't just a matter of doing it. He had to do a good job.
He had to satisfy it. That's exactly right. Charlie didn't say that facetiously. That's exactly right. He also had to satisfy her in it. And if he failed to do so, it was grounds for her to put him away. Now, how many times these times that are specified in law were the minimum. There was no maximum. But it says that for a batlan, for a man of leisure, once a day. And you know the funny thing about it is that every preacher I've ever met, that I ever met and said anything to about this, he figured out he was a man. And yet they get offended whenever you say something to them about them not having a job.
What page is this on your reading?
Well, I don't think this is in this. It may be in here someplace. I'm not sure. It seems to me like it is, but it's in the Mishnah in Order Nashim in Kubah. I'll try to remember to bring it to you tomorrow. It seems to me like it is in here someplace. Just in a slight reference in passing, but I'll bring it to you. It was twice a week for a workman, just a common laborer. It was once a month for an ass driver. And what was it? Twice a year for a camel driver, and once a year for a sailor. I'll bring it, Martin. After we get past the first one, I forget the other. The following are circumstances in which they force him to free his wife. If he's smitten with leprosy or develops a polypus. Now, this polypus is a pedunculated tumor of the nasal membrane that would cause him to snore inordinately. Are you in trouble? You talk too much.
Fundamentally new.
Talk too much. What was that called again? I got a problem with my beak. What's that called? pedunculated tumor of the nasal membrane.
What's that there, Billy? Do you want to see my doctor?
If he is a gatherer of dog dung, or a copper smelter, or a tanner, whether these conditions obtained before marriage or they arose after marriage. And what would anybody be going around collecting dog manure for?
You want to know?
Because they used it in tanning, in the process of tanning for the tannic acid. You know, you read through this stuff and it's funny, but there's a real purpose to knowing the information, is because if you don't know it, you lose a lot of the humor that's in the Bible. For example, with Peter, for example, the big apostle, whenever he's sent over to Lod, or from Lod to Joppa to do something about Dorcas, who had died, he comes to Joppa. Where did they put him up?
Simon the Tanner.
In the home of Simon the Tanner. And there's no mystery as to why he's up on the roof at noonday. Seeing all of those visions. You know, he was glad to see those folk come from Caesarea to get him out of there. Okay, well, we're having fun, aren't we? Now, here's the point. There were legitimate reasons why a man could put away his wife and why a wife could put away her husband. There were legitimate reasons why a man could put away his wife and why a wife could put away her husband. But Hillel and Shammai were both teaching for commandments the traditions of men. And we see this happening over and over again. You remember, Jesus condemns them. Not just Hillel and Shammai, but many of the Pharisees and other religious leaders of the day for teaching for commandments, the traditions of men. And in the midst of this discussion, he comes along and says a man won't put away his wife for any reason unless the marriage contract's been falsified, and he leaves it to that and walks away because he doesn't need to say anything else. The rest of it is a matter of law. And he's not challenging law. He's challenging tradition. Do y'all get that point? He's not challenging law, he's challenging tradition. Ben?
In a marriage contract, it is stipulated 4 times that the girl is divorced. Why is it stipulated 4 times? One not be enough.
Just every time that the name is mentioned, it just says that she's a virgin. Not the name, but the daughter. And the way the contract is written, it mentions her specifically 4 times in some context or another. And each time that it mentions her, it mentions that she's a virgin. I'll bring the contract tomorrow. I'll try to bring it tomorrow. Yeah, Taylor.
So in Hebrew, how would you define adultery?
Oh, man. In Hebrew, you almost can't define it.
That's right.
You ain't going to want to hear this. So I probably ought to just keep my mouth shut.
But we don't.
Keep talking?
Yeah.
What would be good for you to do is to go home and get the Encyclopedia Judaica and look up adultery, look up fornication, look up marriage and family and sex and all of these topics that are interrelated, and you'll find that adultery is something that, according to Jewish law, only a woman can commit. For the simple reason that it is basically a violation of another man's personal property. Now, although the woman was considered to be on an equal with her husband, nonetheless, the husband had paid a price for her, as stipulated in the Ketubah. And just from that sense, she became his personal property. And if his personal property was violated without his permission, then that constituted adultery. But many times, and we might in fact even say most of the time, whenever it talks about fornication and it talks about adultery in the biblical text, Old Testament, New Testament, it's talking about in the context of pagan worship. A spiritual adultery, going into false gods. You see, there was no injunction in Jewish law against polygamy. A man could have as many wives as he wanted. There was no injunction against concubinage. A man could have as many concubines that he wanted, and they were called sub-wives or tsarot, and there's a whole tractate in the
Malachi, estranged woman. The concept of putting away the wife of your youth in deference for this strange woman, not that she was a woman to have intercourse with, but because she had a god other than the God of Judaism.
That's correct, because it was an illegal marriage. It was it was a forbidden relationship. Prostitution. There was no injunction in Jewish law against prostitution unless it was in a context of worship, of going into a cult prostitute. Because you see, most of the women in these pagan religions of Greece and Rome served a specified period of time in the temple as a cult prostitute. And they took the price of their hire and then in turn gave that back to the temple to support the temple. So that you have to be real careful when you take these things out of context and then try to apply them in our 20th century American culture. You have to be very careful.
Right after Kiddushin, where the virginity was done away with, after a divorce, what power did a woman have over her own body as far as?
Whatever she wanted, basically. There was no how do I want to put this? There was no legal or moral injunction limiting her in relationships as long as whatever it was that she was doing was done with a certain amount of decorum, so that it wasn't flaunted in the community.
Most sexual sin was limited to children, animals, and idolatry.
That's correct. But it raises all kinds of issues in Christianity and in our society today, and we're having a big issue over it right now here in Austin. with the teaching of sex education in school. And man, the majority of the people are up in arms. They want sex education taught in the school system as abstinence, which is completely unrealistic.
But they think they're doing the right thing.
They think, they're convinced they're doing the right thing. They're convinced they're doing the right thing. But the problem is they're all a bunch of liars. See, they're a bunch of liars because they ain't saying what they did. They ain't saying what they did or what they thought or anything else. They're trying to now impose some kind of unrealistic situation off on the kids, abstinence. And you can't teach sexual education as abstinence. You also can't teach sexual education as a sin. You can't go and tell the kids, hey, this is a sin. Don't do this. The only way to do it is to abstain. And the reason why is because God forgives sin. We know that. God forgives sin. So if I do this, well, God's going to forgive it, so I'll go do it anyway. And that's not the way to approach the issue. The way to approach the issue, and this is true not only for young people, but it's true for adults as well, in every situation, is how do I relate to another human being who has feelings, who has aspirations, who has hopes for the future. And how do I relate to them in a moral and ethical way that is going to enhance the overall quality of their life rather than destroy it? How am I going to relate to them in a way that's going to be for their good and not for their harm? In other words, we've got to be morally and ethically responsible. We've got to understand that people can be blessed by our actions or people that can be hurt by our actions. And not only can others be hurt by our actions, but we can be hurt by our own actions. We can destroy ourselves. We can destroy our future. So how am I going to react in the world in any kind of a given situation in a way that is going to be not just ethical and moral, but it's going to be for my benefit and for the benefit of others? Because if I truly am living this do unto others as you would have them do unto you ethic, then I don't want to do anything to them that's going to harm them or hurt them.
And that's not saying that Judaism encouraged promiscuity.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The farthest thing from it. It approached it in probably the most realistic and practical way. And we're not talking about promiscuity here either. Au contraire. I think that if a person had this kind of perspective on the subject, it would eliminate a lot of guilt. It'd take a lot of the pressure off of them, but there'd be probably a lot more thought and consideration given to a lot of things before we simply acted irresponsibly on them. And I'm not so sure but what it wouldn't be a whole lot better than a lot of things that we've been saying so far. But someone have a question? Somebody have a hand up down here? Okay, good. Let's get off of this and go to something else real quick. Now, do you all understand the issue here, see? Jesus is not saying anything about divorce. That it's wrong, that they can't get a divorce, that they're all going to go to hell and they can never marry again. Now, notice here, like Ron mentioned earlier, if the woman was put away for no cause, no legal just cause, then she wasn't really divorced. So that whoever married her, that is divorced, committed adultery. Because she hadn't been legally put away. But the onus is on the other and not upon the woman. Okay, let's take a break for about 10 minutes or so. Who are working in the field of synoptic studies that are my colleagues feel that this material was all spoken at one time by Jesus as a continual discourse on a mountaintop someplace. But that as these sayings were cut up or out from the original Hebrew life story, they're later rearranged in more or less a topical form here, and this is the reason why you see it just kind of jumping from one subject to the other. We call it the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5, 6, 7. Probably not all delivered at the one and the same time. But that is really not important. What is important is the message, what is being said. So as we follow it through, notice from verse 38 on down to verse, goes to the end of the chapter, the beginning of chapter 6. We're dealing again with relationships. You've heard that it's been said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's the law lex talionis, Deuteronomy 24:1. Excuse me, that's not correct. Leviticus 24:20. Yeah, eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But Jesus says, I say unto you that you resist not evil. Now, here again, we're not talking about how one reacts or acts towards pagans. This has to be seen in the context of those who are part of the family of God, how they relate one to the other. And Jesus is really not talking about evil in the sense that evil as we think of it, that you resist not evil, because other places, you remember, were admonished to flee from even the very appearance of evil. But here we're talking about the bad. La ra. Tit komamu la ra. That whoever hits you on one cheek, turn to him the other. Somebody going to sue you at the law? Take away your coat, let him have your cloak also. Whoever compels you to go 1 mile, go with him 2. Give to him that asks thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not away. In other words, relationships of brothers. If a brother's been alienated, he strikes you on a cheek in anger, you turn to him the other and say, well, go ahead and hit me on this one if it's going to affect our reconciliation. It has to do with brothers and the responsibility that we have as brothers. The enemies, we've already seen, we looked that up in our first session, that the ekthros was a philos that had been alienated. And when it says, be ye therefore perfect as your Father is also perfect, of course perfect doesn't mean perfect, as we think perfect. None of us can be perfect. But it means complete. Complete in the sense that we're at peace or harmony with ourselves and with our fellow man.
These ideas are not new, are they? They're just Jesus reiterating.
He's just reiterating all of this stuff you're going to find either in the Old Testament as a remes, or you're going to find rabbis that are saying essentially the same thing that he's saying, that he even said it before or contemporary or just after. Now, some time ago, and some of you might have been there. I don't remember whether any of you were there. Sven probably was. We had a little kind of a mini conference in California, Pasadena, Arcadia area, and Dr. Young and myself were there, and I brought a series that was actually a comparison of the sayings of Mishnah from Pirkei Avot with the sayings of Jesus, and went right through Tractate Avot. And when you go through Tractate Avot, it's just almost like you're listening to the Sermon on the Mount. And I think that series is that series available on tape, Lorraine?
Yeah, I bought it.
I have it.
What's it called?
$20-something, I know I bought it.
If you got it for $20, you got it for a bargain.
Yeah.
What is it?
Mishnah and the words of Jesus.
Okay, Mishnah and the words of Jesus, and it's just directly from the Tractate Avot.
How you spell that?
AVOT. I don't see it on this thing here.
Someone told me about it. I ordered it from the boy.
I have it.
Yeah, it's not on this brochure. The Mishnah and the teachings of Jesus. I think you'll find it interesting, in spite of Ron.
Very good.
Notice in verse 9. It's on the brochure. I stand corrected. Middle column, the third one down. Ron, you owe me $5.
I paid $25. I'd rather repent than pay $5.
Well, just be that way, make everybody hate you.
He's a former friend.
Now, in one context, we have the disciples coming to Jesus, asking him to teach them how to pray. But here in verse 9, Jesus is saying to those on the mountain, after this manner, pray. Now, Dr. Young has a very excellent little book out on the Lord's Prayer. If you haven't got that book, I recommend you get it, because he goes quite at length into an exegesis on the Lord's Prayer. But suffice for us to say that the thrust of the prayer is not, let your kingdom come down from heaven, or any kind of futuristic wish for the kingdom, but the thrust of the prayer is, our Father who inhabits the heavenlies, your name is holy. Let your kingdom be spread abroad over the face of the earth in such a way that the people here will begin doing the will of the Father just as it's being done in heaven.
Yeah, because the way he sounds, he was for the apostles, not for us.
What's that?
The way he sounds in here, it was for the apostles.
Yeah. And that the kingdom's going to come. It's out there in the future someplace, and they're going to be praying for the kingdom or getting to go to heaven or whatever. But this is actually the first hint, I think, that we have that Jesus is going to, in somehow and some way, open the floodgates to the kingdom for all man. Because it's let your kingdom be spread abroad, is the idea, over all of the earth, so that people hear. Now, the rabbis desired to see the kingdom spread through what? The keeping of the 7 laws of Noah. But now here, we're going to have a different marching orders, and this is going to be the preaching of the gospel of the kingdom. It's not going to be preaching the 7 laws of Noah, but now it's going to be through the preaching of the gospel of the kingdom. An interesting point here in verse 16, he's talking about fasting. And don't be like the hypocrites when they fast. But when you fast, anoint your head, look like you're not fasting, and your Father that sees in secret will reward you openly. There's been a whole lot written about fasting, the Christian fast, and all of this kind of stuff. And fasting was real popular a number of years ago till folks started falling dead because of it. And then it lost something of its popularity. But unfortunately, Christians have never understood this subject of fasting. In Judaism, there's only 2 reasons to fast. For repentance that leads to reconciliation, or remembrance, reflection, introspection, that would in turn lead to repentance. So basically we might say, well, the purpose of fasting is repentance. So if you don't need to repent, you don't need to fast. Besides that, fasting in Hebrew was just from the morning until the evening after the sun went down, and then they ate. And you might say, well, what about Jesus? Did he need to repent? And I said it was for reflection, for remembrance. Did he eat anything? It says that he didn't, but at least he drank.
Puts a whole new light on. These come out by much prayer and fasting.
Yeah. These exactamo. If you're not in the right spiritual here is a passage that probably sets the foundation for biblical faith. Lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, where thieves break through and steal, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moth and rust does not corrupt, where thieves do not break through and steal, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. How do you lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven? Well, we've been taught that you do that by tithing, or by the number of folks you get saved, or in any number of other ways. The simple fact of the matter is that very few people have the foggiest idea about what's going on here in this passage. Notice the next verse, the lamp or the light of the body is the eye. And if your eye is, what's your translation say? Sound, single. Anything else? Good. What else? Does your translation actually say that? Your very own does, but not the one you're reading. But there is a translation that does say generous, by the way. It's Moffat's translation. Have you got Moffat? You've got Moffat. Look up and see if I'm not right. And see if I'm not right that if Moffat doesn't get it.
Oh, this does say generous. Look at that. So if you have a good eye, that is if you are generous.
Well, it goes ahead and amplifies it, huh? Yeah. Okay, good. Sure.
Jewish.
If you have a good eye, your whole body's full of light, but if you have an evil eye, your whole body's filled with darkness. Now break that darkness. But we don't understand what a good eye is or an evil eye. But you look back in the Old Testament under good eye, evil eye, you'll see that it's referring to magnanimity. And here in the Everyman's Talmud on page 271, it says, obviously no superstitious notions are connected with the phrases a good eye and an evil eye. They refer to magnanimity and its reverse. The same applies to the other occurrences in the tractates Avot. In other words, evil eye, envy, the evil inclination, hatred of fellow creatures, puts a man out of the world. As to almsgiving, there are 4 dispositions. He who desires to give, but that others should not give, his eye is equal towards what pertains to others. We won't go any further than that, other than to note that a good eye means generous. Generous.
He's got selfish for...
And selfish or stingy, miserly. What does he say there? Does he got? He's got
generous and selfish.
Generous and selfish. Now, unless you understand what's going on here, you're going to miss the whole point. Now, what did we say earlier was the foundation of biblical faith?
Mercy and giving.
Tzedakah. Tzedakah. Now, where do we have in where do we have in the Old Testament passages that refer to an evil eye or a good eye?
Proverbs 22:9.
Look at Proverbs 22:9. Proverbs 22:9. What does it say? He that hath a bountiful eye shall be blessed. Why? Because he gives of his bread to the poor. Now what does it say? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Who's going to inherit the earth? Those who are uncompromisingly righteous, who deal kindly and give. You remember that in Psalms 37? So, who here are the righteous? The ones who deal kindly and give. And how do you lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven? By having this generous eye. By acts of charity and almsgiving, giving to others, being concerned for others. That's the way you lay up for yourselves treasures, and not by tithing or seeing how many people you can get from some other denomination to come over and join yours so they can get to go to heaven.
Question.
Yeah.
It would not be considered righteous or good, generous, to give to the extent that you hurt your own family, right?
This whole idea of seed faith giving is a damnable heresy that's being perpetuated in Christianity today, because the motive is, if you need something, you've got some want, then you'd better go out and give something away, because you're not going to get if you don't give. And the whole motive for giving is getting. And that's not what this business is all about. You don't give in order to get. You give because you've been blessed and you want to be a blessing. And this all has to do again with the whole Jewish idea of gmilut chasadim. Gmilut chasadim means how do you translate it in English? Anybody know? Gmilut chasadim. The acts, well, these are the acts or the deeds of kindness. This is the highest form of spiritual relationships of brother to a brother, and the ways in which one gives. And the highest form of gmilut chasadim is burying the dead, because then there's not any possibility of your getting anything back in return. And the whole idea, well, of course, the idea is that whatever the dead's going to do, they've already done. And your responsibility is to ensure their burial, to see that they're properly and decently interred, and there's no hope of your getting anything or any reward out of it.
Roy, that makes it interesting that one fellow, when following Jesus, said he wanted to go back and bury his father, and then Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead.
Well, this is the one who was the mitzvah counter, one of those kind of Pharisees, the wait a minute Pharisee. Wait just a minute while I go take care of a good deed, see if I can't see, and Jesus is coming. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Okay. The bottom line in all of this is don't take any thought for the morrow, what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, etc., etc. You just seek to be, verse 33. And I'm going to translate this for you the way that I think it ought to be. You seek to be the demonstration of God's power in action now. And all these other things are going to be added into you. And that's what kingdom is. It's God in action in the now. You just seek to be the demonstration of God's power in action now, and all these things will be added unto you. Judge not that ye be not judged. With what measure you meet, this doesn't really have to do with judging. As you think of judging, it says, al tishpotu, but it probably ought to be al tadin, shelo tadunu, judge in the sense of determining. And notice that the next one is measure. That has to do with measures. And it says what measure you meet. It has to do with giving an honest and true account. Being honest in business. If you're a butcher and you don't give an honest measure, then people are not going to treat you honestly. Don't be concerned so much about the fault that your brother has until you take care of your own faults. The sum of the law is expressed in verse 12. What things you would that men do to you, do also to them, for this is the law and the prophets. And beware of false prophets that come to you in sheep's clothing. How are you going to know them? You're going to know them by their works. You're going to know them by their fruit. And so not everybody that just says, Lord, Lord, is going to be a part of the kingdom, going to be a part of His movement, but those that are doing the will of the Father. And again, we ask, what is the will of the Father? And that is whatever you're doing out there.
Even when you say doing out there, it's still to your brother.
Yes. Basically, the acts of charity are directed towards one's brother, but it doesn't preclude our also taking care of our fellow man. You know, if this person is a ger toshav, a resident stranger, the resident stranger, although would not be considered to be a full-fledged member of the community, he was nonetheless entitled to all of the benefits of the community. So if this person is let's say, a decent human being, and he's not a bad person like a murderer or a rapist or whatever, you know, he's not a criminal, but just a person who's down on their luck or misfortunate, then we have a responsibility to them. And somehow or another, we've never quite got that across. We're busy building giant cathedrals out of glass that can be seen 200 miles out in space and are going to stand for 200 years, as if God cares. He'd be probably a whole lot more pleased if we had a soup kitchen and we're feeding 200 or 2,000 people a day.
That's right.
Single form, don't cheat a Gentile lest you cause them to curse for God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a whole general principle here, that you're not dishonest to anybody. You've got certain obligations to others, and
even to the pagan.
Certainly, you don't cheat the pagan, or they'll turn around and say, "Well, you don't have any religion." In verse 18 of chapter 8, Jesus saw a great multitude, and He gave the commandment to depart to the other side. So where was He? And where is all of this? This is taking place on the Sea of Galilee. And He's probably in the vicinity of Capernaum. And the other side would be over to the east and the south, to the land of the Gergesenes, or the land of Gadara. And notice here now in verse 28 of chapter 8, He met 8:28. He met two that were possessed with devils, coming out of the tomb, exceedingly fierce, so that no man might pass that way. And behold, they cried out, saying, What have we to do with thee, Jesus, thou Son of God? Art thou come hither to torment us before our time? And there was a good way off from them a herd of many swine feeding. So the devils besought him, saying, If you cast us out, suffer us to go away into the herd of swine. And he said unto them, Go. And when they were come out, they went into the herd of swine, and behold, the whole herd of swine ran violently down a steep place into the sea, and perished in the waters. And they that kept them fled, and went their way into the city, and told everything, and what was befallen to the possessed of the devils. And behold, the whole city came out to meet Jesus, and when they saw him, they besought him that he would depart out of their coast. And so he entered the ship, passed over, and came into his own city. Now, what was his own city? Capernaum. So he went back to Capernaum. Now, on your outline that I gave you, your parallel, where is it at? Index of Gospel Parallels. What is the parallel to that passage in Mark and Luke? It's number 51 in your index. And the parallel is Mark 5, 1 through 20, and Luke 8, 26 through 39. What's the Lucan account?
Says amen.
Let's read it. Luke 8, 26. Luke 8, 26. Then they arrived at the country of the Gergesenes, or the Gadarenes, which is opposite Galilee. And as he stepped out on land, there met him a man from the city who had demons. For a long time he had worn no clothes, and he lived not in a house, but among the tombs. And when he saw Jesus, he cried out and fell down before him and said with a loud voice, What have you to do with me, Jesus, thou Son of the Most High? I beseech you, do not torment me. For he had commanded the unclean spirit to come out of the man, for many a time it had seized him. He was kept under guard and bound with chains and fetters, but he broke the bonds and was driven by the demon into the desert. Jesus then asked him, What's your name? And he said, Legion, for many demons had entered him. And they begged him not to command them to depart into the abyss. Now a large herd of swine was feeding there on the hillside, and they begged him to let them enter these. So he gave them leave. And then the demons came out of the man and entered into the swine, and the herd rushed down the steep bank into the lake and were drowned. And very similar to Mark, to the Markan account. But the Luke and Markan account go ahead and tell us that after the demons had gone, the demoniac was setting at the feet of Jesus, clothed and in his right mind. And those who had seen it told him how he who had been possessed with the demons was healed. Then all the peoples of the surrounding countryside asked him to depart, so on and so forth. And he begged him to go with him, and Jesus told him to go back home and to proclaim what Jesus had done for him. I noticed several things that are interesting here. Matthew's got two. Mark and Luke have got one. Whenever Jesus appears, the unclean spirits cry out and say, "What have you to do with me, Jesus, the Son of the Most High? I beseech you, don't torment me." And whatever this was, the affliction that the man had seized him. And he was bound with chains and fetters, but he broke them and was driven by the demon into the desert. And then notice this, in all three accounts mention that there was a large herd of swine feeding on the hillside. Did any of you ever keep pigs? You married one.
Why did you do that? No, I said to drown.
Do pigs graze in hills?
Talking about no. They go to the market. They go to the market. This little piggy was
Does any of this sound a little strange to you?
No. Well, Jews don't eat pigs, for one thing.
Huh?
Well, they're not a grazing animal.
Pigs are not grazers.
No.
They do sometimes graze, I've seen it.
When they're hungry,
Rooters.
Also, another point of fact, was it common practice for Jews to raise pigs?
No. Yes.
No, it wasn't. Pigs
Well, I
were...
don't know what teacher you've been sitting under, but I've been sitting.
Sure. Do you mean somebody told you it was common practice? Huh? You were just kidding.
Mine says feeding.
It says they were feeding on the hillsides. Well,
probably threw some cornmeal out there.
It says far off there was a herd of many pigs feeding.
Well, I wasn't the point. That's the point.
This could have been a parable, maybe not a...
It says feeding, an allegory. It says feeding.
well, The point is that these are not Jews. The land of Gadara was over on the other side, was inhabited by Gadarenes or Gergesenes, and they could raise pigs. They could raise pigs. There are a number of problems here, a number of questions that are not easily answered. But, of course, the biggest and the most obvious is what happened to this guy or guys. Probably Luke's account is the most accurate, the most correct, that there was one man, one event. Some attempt to say, well, actually, you got one event here in Matthew. That was one time when there were two there, and then another time over in Luke. But these are parallel accounts talking about the same thing, the same account, same time. And whatever it was that was afflicting this man, the question is, are these devils that are from the outside that are afflicting him? Or is it something that he has from the inside? Something that talked, Lowe pointed out. Whatever it was what do you have to do with us, oh Jesus, thou, what'd they call him? Jesus, Son of the Most High God.
Looking in Kittle at this point gives a real lot of insight.
Okay.
If you don't look at the Greek, and you go, Kittle, does his Old Testament shtick where he goes over and gives the concept. He's slavish. He'll give a Greek concept that means what the Greek means, but he'll also do his thing with Old Testament concepts. You ought to look into that.
And what does it say?
Well, I don't remember right now. I did a thing on it.
Oh, nice going.
Well,
get our hopes up. It's a quick name.
Do you have the Kittle?
No, not Kittle's commentary. No.
Dr. Blizzard?
Yeah.
Could I ask a question at this point seriously? I have heard that, I just heard it. I didn't say I accepted it because I hadn't had any other confirmation from any scholar or anything, but I heard that the reason Jews would not eat pork was because the pigs or whatever would eat the grass that was essential to their living and diet and daily food supply. I don't know if that's true. Is there any validity to that you know of?
Not that I know of.
When we were in Israel, did you see any, right?
But I wasn't in all of Israel. Were you in every place of Israel?
Well, it's funny if they got them over there, why we didn't eat them?
Oh, they've got pigs over there. They call it white steak. Steak levain. Steak levain means poke.
Who eats it?
Now notice in Mark's account something that might be helpful to us. And he went away and began to proclaim in the Decapolis how much Jesus had done for him. What were the cities of the Decapolis? Were they largely Gentile or Hebrew? They were largely Gentile.
This is in Arabia.
And notice here with Luke, and those who had seen it told them how he who had been possessed with demons was healed. And I wonder if it's significant here that it doesn't say delivered, or that the devils were cast out, or what. Anyway,
it does say Yeshua ordered the unclean spirit to come out of the man.
Ordered that to come out, yes. Now, we've got, again, to deal with this. And what is our given? The one thing at least we know, that there's only one God.
Yes.
And we know something else, that Hasatan was considered to be the Yetzer Hara. Now, we also have other givens on the other side of the coin. Let's leave that over here for a minute and go on this side over here. And we know that during the Persian period, we have the introduction into not just Judaism, but the Near Eastern and the Western world of the idea or concepts of angels and demons, demonology, of dualism. And then during the classical period in Greece, we have all of these various gods that are part of the Greek pantheon, and each one of them has a particular name and is a particular god of a particular place and does certain things. Jesus is living in the Galilee. The Galilee at this time is very heavily occupied, but there is a large number, population-wise, of non-Jews living in the area. And they're worshiping all kinds of gods. And later on, in just a few chapters from now, turn to chapter 16. We'll come back to it in a minute. Yes, Matthew 16. Matthew 16, verse 13. Jesus came to the coasts of Caesarea Philippi. And then he asked the disciples, "Whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, am?" And they said, "Well, some say that you're John the Baptist, some Elijah, some Jeremiah, or one of the prophets." Now, what's that imply? That implies that there were certain of the Jews who believed in reincarnation. Do we know any Jews that believed in reincarnation? No, the ones at Qumran. From the Qumran text of the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's apparently a concept that they have of reincarnation, but it's not the same kind of reincarnation of the Hindus. In other words, in Hinduism, you may be reincarnated as a bug, or a cow, or something else. But this was going to be a reincarnation, a spiritual reincarnation of, or actually a physical reincarnation of a prophet or someone else, see. And they're at the coast of Caesarea Philippi. What does it mean, the coast? They weren't on the sea coast over here. They were way up here at the foot of Mount Hermon, right here in this area. All of this was the area of Caesarea Philippi. Right here it says, and it shows Barnabas, Caesarea Philippi, named Panias by the Greek for their god Pan. Right here. And this is where this event is taking place, recorded for us in Acts 6. Now, where is the land of Gadara? Right here. In this area here. Just right up the same side, the eastern side of the Jordan Valley. In this area. Largely inhabited by non-Jews. Now, at Panias, something happened. Jesus wants to know, who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? And I think that there's something much more significant in Peter's response than what we've noticed before, when he responds and says, Atahu HaMashiach Ben Elohim HaChaim. You are the anointed one, the Son of the God who lives, as opposed to the God who doesn't live. Now, who was the God who didn't live? Pan. Now, do you ever wonder where we got our concept of the devil in the first place? Where do we get our concept of the devil? And what do we think what do we think of when we think of the devil? We think of somebody that's got the little horns on, and a little goatee, and body of a man, but the legs and everything of a goat, and got a little pitchfork in his hands. Now, where did all that come from? Now, turn to Isaiah chapter 14, verse number 12. No, I got it backwards. Isaiah 12.
No.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, looks right. Yeah, you got it right.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the wrong chapter.
Are you in the right book?
Yeah, I'm here now. It says, how are you fallen from heaven? 14:12. How are you fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? How many of you have got that? O Lucifer.
Yeah. I've got on Morning Star.
Well, see, Lucifer, where did we get Lucifer? Now, who do we think Lucifer is? The devil. Lucifer's the devil, right? Everybody knows that. Except, that's not even what it says. Where does Lucifer come from? Here in the text, it says, how are you fallen from heaven, O Halel HaShachar, in Hebrew. Halel HaShachar. And we might as well just look this up for you. Halel HaShachar means what? Somebody said it out there. I heard it.
Day star, light bringer.
Sun of the morning. Sun of dawn.
Dark sun of the morning.
Does it come?
Day star.
Yeah. Halel ben Shachar. Halel means bright or shining. Shachar is the morning dew. And I'm going to find this for you. On page 1007. Shachar 7837 is dawn. And Halel is page 237. (1966). Noun masculine, appellation, which means a name, proper name. Shining one, an epithet of the king of Babylon. Those of you that are in Brown Driver Briggs, you see that? Has anybody got this beside me, by the way? With you. Okay, it's page 237. Notice, Halel, epithet, shining, epithet of the king of Babylon. Ech nachalta mishamayim Halel bin Shachar. How are you fallen, shining one, son of the morning? Now, what happens is that when that's translated into Greek, they translate Halel bin Shachar into Greek as heosporos. Heosporos means the same thing. Let me see how quick I can find it for you. And I must apologize, I forgot to bring that text with me. I'll try to remember to bring it tomorrow. Heosporos. And you've got to go to the Liddell and Scott to find this stuff, because it's Septuagint. See, Septuagint Greek, classical Greek. Okay. Heosporos, right here, see? Bringer of the morning star. This is on 752 of Liddell and Scott. Heosporos. And so when they translate into Septuagint, Heosporos is an exact translation. Means the planet Venus, actually. The morning star. Now, when Jerome translates his translation in the 5th century, he translates his translation in the 5th century. We're already in the period where these ideas about demons and God and the devils and demons has already permeated into Greek mythology. And has influenced to a degree both Jewish and early Christian thought, especially as the church moves to the west. See, now Jerome, who is Jerome? Is he a Jew? No, he's not. But he comes to Bethlehem to work on this translation, which is completed sometime around 440, 5th century. And it's called what? The Vulgate, the Latin Vulgate. Now, in Latin, that's where we get the Lucifer. In the Vulgate, at this passage, I'll bring it tomorrow and show you. And I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me, I just forgot. It says, how are you fallen from cielo, from the heavens, O Lucifer. That's where you get the Lucifer. And anyone that knows Latin would look at it and think, well, that's a good translation. That it comes from Lux Ferro. Lux is light, and Ferre is bringer. And so it looks like that from Halel HaShachar we go to Heosporos, and from Heosporos we go to Lucifer, from Lux Ferre, Lux Sporos. But es muy interesante.
That's important.
And it's important that it's not from Latin at all. It's from the Greek, Luke and Lukopos. And here it is, rapture. This is on page 1064. Lukeos, Luke, morning twilight. You see that? Lukeos, written Lukeos, so on and so forth, is an epithet, notice that, an epithet of Apollo.
Or the Lycian god as the god of light.
Or the Lycian god, the god of light, or an epithet of Pan, who is known as Topan, the god. Topan. That's the definite article, to. It's like the hay in Hebrew. Topan means the Pan, the God. In other words, the great God, the principal God, the God. And at this particular period of time, the Greek period at Panias, Pan is worshipped as the principal deity. And even to this day, there are little niches that can be seen in the walls around the Banias that are little shrines to the Greek god Pan. And it was the Greek god Pan that gave us into the English our words panic. He was the god who wrapped fear upon the people. He was the mean god, the little demon god. And there were all kinds of little baby pawns that were called fawns. These were the little demons that followed after. Are any of you acquainted with Pan and the little fawns?
Demons. Devil discusses the goats.
What's that you say?
In the Kittle, he equates the daemon with the goats.
Yeah. A daemon, he equates with Pan, the goat god, huh?
He's a corporal.
Okay, now, here is a book that's not generally available. You won't find it on many bookshelves. Sex or Symbol, the erotic images of Greece and Rome, and it's published by the University of Texas Press. And there are many representations of Pan here in this book, but this is a principal one I want you to see. You see Pan, the little goat god, and his little goat feet with the little flute that he uses. I'll pass some of this around and show it to you in a minute, but I want to find some of it. And there are all kinds of little fawns, which here you see the detail of the female pine and the pine-headed fern. See? And this is from the second half of the 2nd century. I apologize that they're gross, but you at least need to know what they're supposed to look like. This is the pine, the figure of pine. And here's the little female pine. These are the little demons. And through here there's a whole host of them. There are all kinds of them forms in here. I want to try to find some better ones of the little palm figures. But here it is. Yeah, this is all Greek from that very time. Here's a little, it looks just exactly like our concept of the devil, see, with the pan flute, the little female pan, and these become our devils or demons.
He hasn't gotten around to it yet.
Well, the whole idea is here's the this is a little fawn, Texas University Press. Here's the little female, the male, because it's a pond flute. What he carried the little fawns and female ponds out into the field.
Been done with number one. For someone that ministers
little fawns, and there's all kinds of this is the female pond. Oh, yeah. There's a male and female. They're all devils, demons, and I thought they would leave.
Yeah, but you passed the book.
And there's this is where you get the idea of these little devils and demons that's picked up in Christianity to a degree, and actually the whole idea of the devil as we know it is traced back to the Greek god Pan. And what happened was that poor old Jerome was so influenced by these Greek and Roman or pagan theologies or religious systems that when he translates the text from Greek or from Hebrew or Greek into Latin, whatever languages he's using, instead of going back to Leukophos, or not Leukophos, but Heosporos, which is the Septuagint term. See, that's the word in the Septuagint that translates Hillel HaShachar. Instead of doing that, he just picks up on Leukophos, and Leuke is an eponym, Leukeos, for the Greek god Pan. And now all of a sudden we got these devils and demons.
Jerome translated around, was it, what year?
About 440. Yes, please.
Interesting when you make that point. I'm reading a book by Eugene Nida on the theory and practice of translation. I just a minute ago read a section in your paragraph where he was warning against supposition. The person who is attempting to translate using his supposition to translate a particular concept.
Yeah. Now, I don't have the answer for you. I don't know why Jerome, as smart as he was, didn't go back to Heosporos. Maybe he had a text that had already translated it to Leukeos or Leukophos. I don't know. I don't know why he picked up on it. The only thing I do know is that Luxpere is not Latin. Well, Luxpere is Latin, but Lucifer doesn't go to Luxpere, it goes to Leukeos, the Greek, which is the eponym for the Greek god Pan. Now, Jesus is over in this area where they are worshiping here at Caesarea Philippi Pan as the God. And they've got this idea of the God of the devils and the demons. Now here's the question. Does Jesus know that there's not any such thing as devils and demons? And that he just goes along with the common idea of the people of his day? Or does he actually believe in devils and demons and just not aware that there really aren't any? Or, in fact, are there devils and demons?
Is this a trick question?
No. These are just possibilities. And, it's difficult to answer until we got to go all the way back and start with the given. And what is the given? There's only one God, and whatever Hasatan was, he was created by God and was subject to him. And apparently is nothing more than an accuser who more frequently than not was identified with the Yetzer Hara, although an individual could also be a Hasatan or an accuser. As far as the demons and the devils, the demonology, all of that enters into Judaism at a much later historical period of time, around the 4th century BC, and then is carried over into Judaism to a relatively insignificant degree when one considers the broad scope of the teaching in Judaism, but is carried over into Christianity to a great degree and becomes one of the principal theologies of Christianity, or beliefs of Christianity. But again, getting back to this event, what's happening here? Well, I'm going to suggest something to you, and this may not be right. That Jesus is in the area where these pagan gods are worshipped, and where it's quite commonly believed that these gods have some kind of power. He comes across this man who is afflicted, that he has some kind of physical infirmity, and it appears to me that probably there's some form of epilepsy involved. Faye is more of a diagnostician, and just by reading of the actions of the individual from just a medical perspective, what would you say? Have you got any thought?
Well, I like to have things in my hand or under the microscope, but just from going back a few years, it seems to me like just a type of insanity rather than epilepsy.
Well,
there may be an epileptic component to it, too.
That's also a possibility.
Oh, he was cutting himself and carrying on.
That's also a possibility. That's a good suggestion.
Like a wild man.
And what is the basic cause we know today for insanity? Devils?
No.
What's the basic cause for insanity today? We used to think, not very long ago, not very many years ago, that people who were insane were possessed by the devil, and we had special places to put them away and lock them up.
Some still do.
And probably some still do. But today, most mental problems and emotional problems we know are caused from heart. Physical imbalances, chemical imbalances. And my cousin and one of my very best friends that I was raised with as from the earliest times that I can remember. He lived right across the street from me. We were raised together as brothers. He is one of the directors of the state hospital in Bonita, Oklahoma. I will go back on occasion and be with him in some classes and around, and because of my background in counseling and therapy, have to put in so much clinical work every 3 years for recertification, and I've been around a lot of people who have mental and emotional problems, and much of what we see in that area today is caused through chemical imbalances or allergies.
Or alcoholic withdrawal will do the same.
Well, yes, but we can't assume that this guy was an alcoholic, see?
It's still chemical.
Yeah, but a lot of alcoholism, because of the factor behind alcoholism, is a chemical imbalance. Yeah.
About 15 years ago, maybe 18 now, out back in New Hampshire, we did a study on one of the mental hospitals for the people who were incarcerated in them, not just people who had turned themselves in. And we looked into nutritional treatment of them. We went from a high carbohydrate diet down to a high protein diet, and within 4 months, about 60% of those people were declared to be healed and normal.
Okay. The question is, were they afflicted with devils?
Yeah.
There's another one picture in here that had all of the little female fawns playing out in the fields. But this is where you get the idea of these little devils and demons that kicked up in Christianity to a degree, and actually the whole idea of the devil as we know it is traced back to the Greek god Pan. And what happened was that poor old Jerome was so influenced by these Greek and Roman or pagan theologies or religious systems that when he translates the text from Greek or from Hebrew or Greek into Latin, whatever languages he's using, instead of going back to Leukophos, or not Leukophos, but Heosphoros, which is the Septuagint term. See, that's the word in the Septuagint that translates Hillel HaShachar. Instead of doing that, he just picks up on Leukophos, and Leuke is an eponym, Leukeo, for the Greek god Pan. And now all of a sudden we got these devils and demons. See?
What
carried over? Huh?
Jerome translated around, what year?
About 440.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, William.
Interesting when you make that point. I'm reading a book by Eugene Schneider on the theory and practice of translation. I just a minute ago read a section in here, a paragraph, where he was warning against supposition. Person who is attempting to translate using his supposition to translate the concept.
Yeah. Now, I don't have the answer for you. I don't know why Jerome, as smart as he was, didn't go back to Heosphoros. Maybe he had a text that had already translated it to Leukeo or Leukophos. I don't know. I don't know why he picked up on it. The only thing I do know is that Lux Spere is not Latin. Well, Lux Spere is Latin, but Lucifer doesn't go to Lux Spere, it goes to Leukeo, the Greek, which is the eponym for the Greek god Pan. Now, Jesus is over in this area where they are worshiping here at Caesarea Philippi Pan as the God. And they've got this idea of the God of the devils and the demons. Now here's the question. Does Jesus know that there's not any such thing as devils and demons? And that he just goes along with the common idea of the people of his day? Or does he actually believe in devils and demons and just not aware that there really aren't any? Or, in fact, are there devils and demons? You know? These are just possibilities. And, it's difficult to answer until we've got to go all the way back and start with the given. And what is the given? There's only one God, and whatever Hasatan was, he was created by God and was subject to him. And apparently is nothing more than an accuser who more frequently than not was identified with the Yetzer Hara, although an individual could also be a Hasatan or an accuser. As far as the demons and the devils, demonology, all of that enters into Judaism at a much later historical period of time, around the 4th century BC, and then is carried over into Judaism to a relatively insignificant degree when one considers the broad scope of the teaching in Judaism, but is carried over into Christianity to a great degree and becomes one of the principal theologies of Christianity, or beliefs of Christianity. But again, getting back to this event, what's happening here? Well, I'm going to suggest something to you, and this may not be right. That Jesus is in the area where these pagan gods are worshipped, and where it's quite commonly believed that these gods have some kind of power. He comes across this man who is afflicted, that he has some kind of physical infirmity, and it appears to me that probably there's some form of epilepsy involved. Faye is more of a diagnostician, and just by reading of the actions of the individual from just a medical perspective, what would you say? Have you got any thoughts?
Well, I like to have things in my hand or under the microscope, but just from going back a few years, it seems to me like it's an type of insanity rather than epilepsy.
Well,
I mean, there may be an epileptic component to it.
That's also a possibility.
He was cutting himself and tearing
That's
all
also a possibility. That's a good suggestion.
like a wild man.
And what is the basic cause we know today for insanity? Devil?
No.
What's the basic cause for insanity today? We used to think, not very long ago, not very many years ago, that people who were insane were possessed by the devil, and we had special places to put them away and lock them up.
Some still do.
And probably some still do. But today, most mental problems and emotional problems we know are caused from harm. Physical imbalances, chemical imbalances. And my cousin and one of my very best friends that I was raised with as from the earliest times that I can remember. He lived right across the street from me. We were raised together as brothers. He is one of the directors of the state hospital in Bonita, Oklahoma. And I will go back on occasion and be with him in classes and around him. And because of my background in counseling and therapy, I have to put in so much clinical work every 3 years for recertification, and I've been around a lot of people who have mental and emotional problems, and much of what we see in that area today is caused through chemical imbalances or allergies.
Or alcoholic withdrawal will do the same.
Well, yes, but we can't assume that this guy was an alcoholic, see?
It's still chemical.
Yeah, but a lot of alcoholism, the causative factor behind alcoholism is a chemical imbalance. Yeah.
About 15 years ago, maybe 18 now, when I was out back in New Hampshire, we did a study on one of the mental hospitals for the people who were incarcerated in them, not just people who turned themselves in. And we looked into nutritional treatment of them. We went from a high carbohydrate diet down to a high protein diet, and within 4 months, about 60% of those people were declared to be healed and normal.
Okay. The question is, Were they afflicted with devils?
No.
Were they afflicted with devils?
They just acted like it.
They acted like it. See? The whole bottom line here is that a lot of times what we look at and perceive to be some outside force, we attribute that to the devil or the demon, is actually something inside. And it may not be the Yetzer Hara, it may be chemical imbalance, it may be food allergy, or some kind of chemical allergy, something. We no longer call those things devils or demons, but the simple fact of the matter is that from a figurative point of view, that anything that's afflicting you, we'd say, well, that's the devil. You know, it's a devil, it's a demon. But it doesn't mean that it's literally something there hanging on the back of us with claws like the 16 or 17 demons that Oral Roberts cast out of Jimmy's Whitey. But here Jesus comes into a situation and demonstrates his authority and his power over Topan, the God. And Peter declares unto him when he says, "Who do you say that I am?" That you are the anointed one, the Messiah, the Son of the God who lives, as opposed to all of these others. And whenever Jesus speaks to this man and he's healed, it doesn't say that he was set free of the demons or the demons, he was delivered of demons. It says that he was healed. But all of that now still leaves us with a problem.
Yeah, well, this says they delivered. You know, I mean, using the word delivered, even demons came out of the man, it came out of the man, it came out of the man, talked to the man, asked him what his name is, Legion, because many demons had entered him.
I realize that. I realize that. I realize that, my dear, but we happen to be looking at the parallel text. And it says over here, in 36 of Luke, and those who had seen it told them how he who had been possessed with demons was healed. Well, that's the place that I'm looking to. Is that one place? But again, we've got the problem of the demons. What happened here? What was cast out? Were demons literally cast out into the pigs?
It's a theoretical question. If one man believed in demons and could be tormented by demons, and another man did not believe in demons, the man who did not believe in demons, would God deal with him through demons?
But yeah, but the point is, what went into the pigs? Is he going to send something into the pigs that weren't there, that there weren't any?
What I'm going back to is God giving sometimes you a manifestation or the appearance of a manifestation of what you want. That kiddo, I wish I had it here.
Why don't you call Miriam and ask her to read you on the phone, to read back what it says about it. Now, let me offer another suggestion to you. Now, I want you to understand that what I'm saying to you is just a suggestion. I don't know. A lot of this is problematical. And there's a lot of questions that I can raise that I don't know the answer to. And probably a whole bunch more that Beverly can raise that I don't know the answer to. How about? Well,
how about others?
I imagine that there's a lot of questions we could all raise. But I'm going to suggest something. Number one is that pigs were not kosher. They were unclean. And here we have Jesus again demonstrating his power over that which is unclean. And in causing the pigs to be crazy, whatever happens, and runs into the sea, it's some kind of a commentary on clean as opposed to unclean. Whole, healed, sane, as opposed to unclean and insane. And what does he do with that that's unclean and insane? Sends it into the sea. Were there literal demons? I've got problems with that. But I've also got problems trying to explain to you the text. Now there's one other way that we can explain it, and that is to say that it was allegory or that it was added later. And it really shouldn't be a part of the text that it was added later by Christian writers who did believe in demons and just inserted it in the text. And I've got some of my colleagues who would say that. I think it's an oversimplification. It's here. We've got to deal with it some way, and I'd much prefer to try to deal with it rationally. But whenever you do, you've got problems. Okay, Carol?
Maybe when Jesus was casting out the demons out of this man, he said it so loud it scared the pigs.
Scared the pigs, your voice was with such authority that it scared them.
What about that concept of demons in the Old Testament?
There's not any concept.
Well, that's my point. When did it, all of a sudden we get this concept of demons and stories of demons that start in the
4th century, I thought.
In the New Testament. In the New Testament, starting in the 4th century, we think, right? We don't have any evidence.
4th century BC.
Oh, I'm sorry, BC.
Oh. It also says that God sent an evil spirit to torment Saul. God sent an evil spirit to torment Saul. What's the Hebrew in Deuteronomy 32:17? Talks about the familiar spirit. So then you can translate that to what he's saying.
Shedim.
Why all of a sudden if there was a devil and Satan and demons, why all of a sudden would they appear in history about 4th century BC?
It comes out of Zoroastrianism, the dualism of Zoroastrianism.
Boy, even if you say there are, there are. Where'd they come from? God. Here.
Well, that's the whole deal. And that's where we were going. Is that, we've gone around in circles and we've talked about a lot of things, and we really, as we analyze this passage, are going to have to leave it with a lot of questions that we can't answer. But there is one thing that I can answer. And this we can say with a certainty. That given our givens that we know that there's just one God. And if there is such a thing as devils or demons, where did they come from? God created them. Which means that he has the authority over them. And which means that if he is in us, that we also have the authority over them. And remember what he said to those that he sent out in Luke 9 and again in 10 is, behold, I give you power and authority over all the power and the authority that the enemy, whoever that is, possesses, and nothing shall in any way harm you. And I think probably that's where we ought to leave it, is that we can't answer all of the questions here, but whatever it is, we don't need to worry about it, and it's high time to stop playing with it.
I agree.
Stop playing with the demons and stop playing with the devils. And remember that most of what it is that we want to attribute to a devil or a demon is nothing more than something that's inside of us. And if we want to conquer it, we're going to have to take the control over it. We're going to have to bring it into subjection and into control. And if you want to have a personal devil or a personal demon, be my guest.
I don't want
I'm not going to argue with you about it.
I think do I understand you right? This hand was prevalent in that area. Those people were probably worshipers of Pan. He was considered the God. In other words, when Jesus came, he showed that he was a conqueror over all of these things. And these people, when they described Pan, they used demons and all of these kind of terminology. And Jesus showed that he could deal with all of it and used even their terminology to explain to them, saying, hey, the things got out, I got out of them, I got them, got rid of them, I conquered them.
Yeah, you very well expressed my own. Yeah.
And that's what occurred to me.
Yeah.
Did it mention demons in conjunction with Jewish people, or these basically the demons people who are not, you know what I'm saying? The people who are following Pan and believe in demons, that it deals with the scriptures mention the demons in regard to them, whereas the Jewish people are the people who don't prescribe to that. He doesn't deal with them in that way. I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. There are very, very few passages where it refers to a devil or a demon in a Jewish context.
Yes, that might be.
However, there's one major exception to that, and that would be the incident of the golden calf at Sinai.
What do you mean in the Old Testament?
Yeah. And the Mary Magdalene is in the New Testament, out of whom Jesus cast 7 devils.
Does the Talmud, every man's Talmud, mention anything in there?
Oh yeah, there's a lot in there about demonology. Somebody might want to take, since you've got it, you take it and read demonology.
Okay.
And come back and we'll talk about it first thing in the morning. Yes.
In 2 Corinthians 10:5, I think now this makes sense to me as a Yetzirah Hato, where it says, casting down imaginations and everything that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bring into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ.
Yeah.
Which is, hey, move away from that stuff and get over onto these things of the Lord.
Yeah, exactly. And when he's talking about the good that I don't do, and the bad things I don't want, it's a Yetzer HaTov and the Yetzer Hara.
Now this makes a whole lot more sense.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Every man's Talmud has got several passages in there. Well,
some people say that.
Give her something to play with.
It's going to eat you up in the morning.
Well, I may bring in Encyclopedia Judaica with me in the morning.
Does angelology start the 4th century also?
Yeah.
BC?
Yeah, whole idea of angelology. Now, that's not to say that the Jews don't have a concept of some kind of messenger. Like the messenger that appears before Abraham. You know, the 3 messengers that come to Abraham.
Which Endor was shocked.
when Samuel was conjured up.
She said, Saul, who are you? Because whatever happened had not been happening before.
At least she had never seen it.
Not like it was happening then.
Was it really Saul?
Well, it was Samuel that was conjured up. It appears to be.
What was again the name of the geographic area that Jesus was in with this?
Pineus.
Pineus?
Well, no, the whole area was called Caesarea Philippi, the Caesarea of Herod Philip. But the city, the principal city there, and you've been there, was Banias.
Yeah.
But we call it Banias today because the Arabs who live in the area can't pronounce the P. So there's a linguistic shift from a P to a B, and now you've got Banias. But the old name was Pineus, after the Greek god Pan. And you can see P-A-N-I-A-S. It's right here on the map. Right here. Banias, Caesarea Philippi. Named Pineus by the Greeks for their god Pan. P-A-N-E-A-S.
And the new pronunciation
is Banias. C-A-N-I-A-S. Well, is everybody thoroughly confused? All right, let's get on down the line. Now, in chapter 9 of Matthew, an interesting statement. Interesting story. They brought to him in Capernaum, in his own city, a man who had the palsy, lying on a bed. And when Jesus sees him, he says unto him, Nislechu lecha chatotecha. Your sins be forgiven you. And the scribes and others, they're so upset, they say, this man blasphemes. And they don't know what to do. They don't know whether to start rocking him or what. And Jesus, perceiving their thoughts, said, whether it's easier to say, your sins be forgiven thee, or to say, arise and walk. And notice this declaration, that you may know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins. And he said to the sick of the palsy, arise, take up thy bed, and go to the house. And when the multitude saw it, they marveled and glorified God, which had given such power unto men. Now, why did they get upset? Why did they think he blasphemed?
Because he claims to be God.
How does he claim to be God? By using a word.
That's right.
Salach, Samech, Lamed, Chet. That's only used by God. 42 times, I think it is, it's used in the Old Testament, and it's only used by God. Only God can soleach sins. And when he says, Nislechu lecha chatotecha, your sins be forgiven you, he uses a term only used by God. And they understand perfectly what's going on, but he's declaring himself to be God. And then when he says the Son of Man has the power on earth to forgive sins, that's Daniel 7:13 and 14. And then he passes over and now saw a man by the name of Matthew, tax collector, many publicans, sinners come to see him. And some of the Pharisees are upset about it. Now an interesting question. Who are these publicans and sinners? Now what is a publican? What's a publican? A Republican? No, he's not a Republican. He's a Democrat. Believe me, because they're tax collectors. A publican is a tax collector.
$60 billion.
A tax collector and sinners. Chata'im. And this is the same word Jesus used before of this poor fellow on the pallet with the sick of palsy. Nislahu lecha chatotecha. All of your chata'im. Now the chata'im, who are these people? Are they Gentiles? Or are they Jews? And they're all Jews, see? They're all Jews. And when the Pharisees get upset about it, he said, hey, wait a minute. Those that are whole, shalem, they don't need a physician, but those that are sick. And he's not just talking about physical infirmities. He's talking about those that have strayed. Ezekiel chapter 34. And that's why he came. I seek and to save those that are lost. I will have mercy and not sacrifice. I'm not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. And see, we read that again and we think, well, he's talking about all these pagans out here. He came to call the goyim, the pagans, and it's not talking about it. So sin doesn't mean people that are outside of the fold of God, that are not going to have their part in the kingdom, but those who probably don't have as great a spiritual insight into who they are and what they are and the capacity that they have in God and the kingdom and the mission of kingdom, and that are unprepared to go out and undertake the mission of kingdom, which is to go out and see men made whole. He came to make those people whole. Then we have the incident on down with the woman in verse number 20 with the issue of blood that came up from behind Jesus and touched the hem of his garment. And all of you know this story, don't you? You've heard it all before. She comes up from behind him and touches the tzitzit of his talit, and there's a reason why she does that. First of all, the talit is tied in a way to spell out the Yud He Vav He and the fact that God is one. the Shema. And it was there, according to the book of Numbers, chapter 15, verses 37 through 41, to call to remember all God's commandments to do them. But whenever she realizes, according to the words of Jesus and his actions and his deeds, that he's who he says he is, that she reaches out and touches the hem of his garment. Actually, it doesn't say the hem of his garment. It says the tzitzit of his beged. Ki amra b'liba, ach im ega b'vigdo, ivashea. You hear the word? Yeshua ivashea. You're going to call his name Yeshua because he's going to Yoshia his people from their sins. He's going to save his people from their what? Sins. Well, who is this little woman? He calls her Biti, my daughter. Emunatech Hoshielach. Your faith has Hoshia'd you. In other words, whenever she came in contact with Jesus, what did she get? She got Yeshua. What did she get? What was Yeshua? Why did he come? To seek and to save. That was the law. So what does it mean to be lost?
Not whole.
It means not whole. That doesn't mean that they're not going to get to go to heaven. Was this little woman going to have her part in the world to come?
Absolutely.
But she was lost in this world, see. And lost in a way in which we don't understand. But another question is, how come she turned around and touched the hem of his garment? Why did that have anything to do with it? Well, naturally, because they didn't have any radios or TVs or anything like that to lay your hands on as a point of contact to release your faith.
Or are you ready to pray? Oh, no.
One of the corners that come out of the Vegas. And in Malachi 4:2, it says would be healing in the canal on his wings.
Yeah, in Malachi 4:2, but unto them that fear my name shall the Son of Tzedakah arise with healing in his, translates it here wings, but it's kanaf,
or corners,
or the corners on which they were commanded in Numbers chapter 15 to tie the tzitzit, the tzitziyot, that we're going to remind them that God was one, and to remember all of his commandments, the 613 commandments, to do them. So all of this, you see, is a part of what's happening and what's going on here, going through this little woman's mind. And she had the belief that if she reached out, just as it said in Malachi, and touched the wings of the Son of Righteousness, that she'd be healed, and when she did, she was. Then you have the healing of the little daughter of the ruler of the temple, or not the temple, but of the synagogue. And he comes into the house. The little girl is dead, but he says, get out of the way. She's not dead, but she's just asleep. And they start to laugh. And whenever he gets them out of the room, he took the little maid by the hand And the maid rose. Now, we've got a parallel account of that. And let's have a look at that parallel account. Because there's one thing that I wanted to mention to you here. This is in Mark. We want to look at it. It's only in Mark do we find this. Mark 5. '41. Mark said that he took her by the hand and said, Talitha Kumi. Talitha Kumi, which is Aramaic. Talitha means a young woman in Aramaic. Kumi is both Hebrew and Aramaic.
Why would they put the Aramaic in this one spot?
Well, Mark, he's the one who throws all these Aramaisms in all the time. He likes Aramaic.
Being interpreted.
Yeah, and then it interprets it. But the thing that I wanted to point out to you is that in Hebrew, this is an imperative command. It's an imperative command. If you were going to use a polite form, it would be takum. Get up. Will you please get up? He doesn't use a polite form. He uses an imperative command in which you haven't got any other alternative. He said, get up. Talitha kumi. It's the way you would talk to your kid. If you didn't want your kid sitting on the stool, right there he was sitting on the stool, you want him to get up, say, kum to a boy, or kumi to a girl. Get up. And it's not polite. It's not the polite form at all. It's a very forceful, imperative way of...
Officer to a soldier.
What's that?
Officer to a soldier. Officer to a soldier.
Yeah, like an officer to a soldier. Whatever. Yes. Says, get up. And she arose. Luke says essentially the same thing. Child, arise. And that's in Luke verse 8. 8. Chapter 8. And he says the same thing. Hayalda kumi. Instead of Talitha, he says young woman or young girl, kumi. So either way, whether it's Talitha or Yalda, the young woman, it's an imperative command. He doesn't give her any alternative. He said, get up. And she got up. And of course his fame continued to spread throughout the land. 2 blind men followed him. Thou son of David. Now notice they're already picking up on this. that the one that is to come to save, to seek and to save those that are lost, is going to be the son of David. Where did they get that? Ezekiel 34. Ezekiel 34. Verse 24, and I, the Lord, will be their God, and my servant David, a prince among them, I, the Lord, have spoken it. Verse 23, and I will set up one shepherd over them, and he shall feed them, even my servant David. He shall feed them, he shall be their shepherd. So they already are picking up on this. And the blind men came unto him. And he says, do you believe that I'm able to do this? And they said, yes. And then he touched their eyes, saying, according to their faith be it done unto you. And now we've got another casting out of a devil.
The genealogy also shows him to be the son of Joseph.